我们今生有缘在路上，只要我们彼此永不忘。朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记啊，别在乎那一些又何伤。朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，别在乎那一些又何伤。我们今生注定是沧桑， 苦之来，要笑着走过呀。朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，我们今生兄弟情一场。朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，我们今生兄弟情一场。生有缘在路上，只要我们彼此永不忘。朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，别在乎那一些又何伤。
That's right.
朋友啊，让我一起牢牢铭记呀，别在乎那一些又何伤。我们今生就像梦一场，有你陪，喝醉了又何妨？朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，反正过后终了无牵挂。朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，反正过后终了无牵挂。朋友啊，让我们一起牢牢铭记呀，反正过后终了无牵挂。
What a God, what a man. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from a wonderful and not so sunny, kind of cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Ceasefire Day. It's Sunday. It's Sunday, fun day. That's right. It's the 19th of January, Sunday, 2025, first day of the ceasefire. Hopefully it holds, inshallah, in Gaza. And also TikTok is on ban. We're going to be talking about a lot of stuff today. It's not a normal Sunday. Normally every Sunday we do a little bit of Sunday fun day, but I want to let you know that today is going to be a little bit of a different of a Sunday. Someone said, I'm Israeli 18M and as a big streamer who represents a lot of people, I truly want to know, what do you think I should do regarding the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, you say? Don't join the military, become a conscientious objector, and join the ranks of like-minded folks at Mesarvot, right? That's the name of the organization. Anyway, we have the South Korean rioters as well, but do not join the IDF chatter. You will, if you join the IDF, it'll break your brain. You will not have a good time with that. It's going to mess you up. You're going to do a lot of awful things to a lot of innocent civilians. And then even if you recover from those actions, you will never fully recover mentally from those actions. All right. Anyway, all right. Folks, we're live. There's a lot to talk about. Okay. You know, I just started off with a banger, Jin Sheng Yuan. It's the OG Chinese national anthem, pretty much the real one, right? And not the fake one.
Told you.
I also have a new TikTok, of course. We'll talk about that in a second as well. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, lot to talk about, but personal news wise, okay, in terms of personal news, ended the broadcast last night and something devastating happened, as you guys know. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what I do in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming a button, okay? And let me tell you, a lot has happened. First and foremost, okay, TikTok was banned. I was devastated because normally I will put something on the telly, you know, Zom 100, which I already caught up with. And then after that, I just like turn on TikTok and I just watch TikTok, right? I watch tic-tac-toe, you know? And they banned it. They took it away from us for 12 hours. It was terrible. Okay. Where am I going to get my immortal science of Marxist Leninist Xi Jinping thought, socialism with Chinese characteristics? Where am I going to get that steady dose of propaganda? Where am I going to learn? When am I going to get influenced into learning Mandarin? Okay. It's my treat. I need it. Marvel Snap was taken out. All this stuff. It's devastating, right? In any case, in that process, I actually dove deep because I'm in an anime hole right now. I have like a couple things I'm watching. I'm watching Mashal, which is really good. I also am looking for a new show. And the show that I found is honestly, I'm genuinely shocked at how good this anime is. And no, it's not Farron, but it's a legitimate masterpiece. I'm saying this right now. It is a legitimate masterpiece, and it's shocking that not a single person has said this name yet in the chat. Okay? An actual Every episode's been incredible, emotional journey, and not only that, but also all of the characters are not like immediately evil or immediately good. Like that's something that I also appreciate, because a lot of animes have one-dimensional characters, people who are just like good or bad. And in Ranking of Kings, a lot of the characters have like different motivations that might surprise you down the line. That type of situation is something that I do appreciate. It's good. It's good writing. Anyway, so that's I love the art style as well. It's incredible.
あなたは今のままで大丈夫です。
大丈夫だから。大丈夫よ。あなたは強い子。
何しに来たのかな、ボスの息子よ。
Anyway, have you watched Mob Psycho? Yes, Mobu, of course. So that's a great anime that I've been watching. Recommend it. Really like it. Anyway, aside from that, went to bed last night. Woke up, played a crazy amount of basketball. Had incredible runs. Almost killed someone because they almost killed me on my runs. There's this dude who just kept trucking me while I was in the air. Like he would pull up underneath me. Okay. And the first time he did it, I fell on him and I was like, hey, are you okay? Like, I was like, please don't do that. You know, you might get yourself hurt. And he tried to do it again the second time. And then when I landed, I was like, if you ever fucking do that again, you're never going to be able to do that to another person ever again. Like straight up. Little bit of, I've never actually popped off on someone before on the basketball court like that. I was like, listen, I'm 33 years old. I'm not trying to injure myself on the pavement here while playing pickup basketball on a Sunday. I mean, I was valid though. I was valid. It's the first time I've pressed someone on basketball, but it was like, especially because I was so kind to him the first time he did it, and then he did it the exact same way the second time as well. It was completely unacceptable. He apologized too. Careful, I have old man bones. No, dude, what are you talking about? When you go up for a layup and the person can't catch you and they just hit you directly, they like slam your body on purpose to push you. They're doing that to make you land on your head, okay? They're doing that to kill you. They're doing that to basically hurt you. It's completely unacceptable. It's a flagrant foul. And it's especially ridiculous on pickup ball, on pavement. You know what I mean? You probably tried tackling them. No, I didn't. Not at all. I'm actually a very gentle giant. Anyway. But I love that I explained a story. You weren't there, and you immediately assumed in your mind that I was probably still in the wrong somehow. It's like one of the most basic, one of the most classic ways of engaging in a flagrant foul that virtually everyone universally understands is wrong and unacceptable. And a chatter still was like, nah, you probably deserved it. A girl saw you playing basketball? POV Hasan Piker and Josh just play basketball at the park next to your house, and you and your sister are insane?
Wait, should I do it?
That's crazy.
I love you, Hasan!
Oh, I didn't even hear him.
I love you, Hasan!
That's crazy. Was this your inspiration for today's fit? Yes, that was my inspiration. Maybe TikTok should stay banned. No, this is why TikTok shouldn't be banned. You know what I mean? This is why they want to ban it though. At least they didn't get weird with it and follow you. Yeah, true. Kaya, moment from yesterday, she looks flabbergasted at you.
But you probably got like more
the
muscle
spank?
support that way too.
Yeah. Kaya! No, hey, leave it. Where did you find that? Get out of there.
What is that?
It's just
Oh, wasn't it candy?
Someone just like discarded their candy. She's looking back at me like, how could you do that? How could you spank me in my butt like that? Just kidding. I've reposted your thirst talks too much. Access denied. Yeah. Why did the message on TikTok mention Trump? I don't know. Maybe because he's saying he wants to save it and TikTok is glazing him so that, you know, they don't get banned. Hello?
You March?
It's in his hands now.
Try to engage.
Why are people so... the thing I don't understand is like, why are people so weird about... Why are people so weird about like giving Trump credit, even if you're being apprehensive with the credit that you're giving? Like, even if you understand that things may fall apart down the line, people get very weird about that. Like, you don't have to deny reality. You know what I mean? It's not a partisan situation at all sometimes. Because he banned it? No, he didn't. He wanted to ban it, okay, by executive order initially. And you know who actually did ban it? The Democrats did. Under Democratic leadership, under a Democratic president, the Democratic president signed it into law. They found the bipartisan support to actually get it banned. A major thing that actually pushed it over the finish line, helped the TikTok ban cross over the finish line. And the legislative side of things was specifically the influence of the pro-Israeli lobby and their efforts, because they hated that there was too many people talking about Palestine on there. Okay, ironically enough. And the Democratic Party was like, no, we have arrested 3,500 students so far, and we also will take away your treats in this really silly way, even though, lo and behold, as I correctly and consistently have said, Americans have nothing. The only thing they have is treats. If you take their treats away, they will lose their minds. Okay? So guess what? You know who took it back? You know who was at least giving it a stay on the execution? Donald Trump. That's it. That's just the reality. It's so strange that people just like are refusing this, refusing to recognize the honest reality here. TikTok banned and unbanned. Dems give Trump another insane W right before inauguration. Ceasefire in Gaza starts today. Dave Chappelle on SNL says free Palestine and more. Get in now. Massive Sunday session. It's so strange to me that people would... It's so strange to me that people would just like actively deny reality in the interest of some like weird partisan thing, in the interest of like maintaining some kind of like partisan perspective at a time when like the Democratic Party has like abandoned you. The Democratic Party has abandoned all of us, and they seemingly will never learn from their lessons. It's not a team sport at all to me. Okay, I'm calling balls and I'm calling strikes. Trump is great at creating a mess and getting credit for cleaning it up, but yeah, this was an easy layup from Dems, just like Gaza and immigration. No, I think that I think that in terms of who is most responsible for TikTok getting banned, it's not Trump. It's not. Trump was nowhere near power when TikTok got banned through Congress. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, he initially wanted to ban it via executive order many years ago when he was president. He couldn't do it. Okay. And guess what? The Democrats were like, no, it's fine. We'll do it. He started the conversation. That's cope. You guys are coping. Trump started a million different conversations when he was in office. What are we talking about? Trump's SCOTUS upheld the ban. Double cope. Triple cope. It was a 9-0 unanimous decision. It was a Democratic Party legislative agenda item. It was deeply unpopular. And for some weird reason, I could see how unpopular it was when it was happening. And yet they couldn't until the very last second when people went, oh, no. I didn't realize this was going to be bad. Oh, my God. So it was bipartisan. This is idiotic. You are playing an idiotic game. You are playing an idiotic game here. It is, of course, it is bipartisan. Republicans are always going to push for awful shit regardless. It is up to the Democrats who are in charge at that point to not push this silly, stupid legislative item. You are being ridiculous. What is this? What is this weird attitude that people have? What is this weird attitude that people have where they just like constantly are just like, well, the Democrats are powerless. They're babies. They're stupid. They don't know what's happening. It's like, no, they made an incredibly stupid, incredibly unpopular decision. I'm beginning to feel like a lot of the reasons why the Democrats get away with this is because of the mentality that is baked into our minds. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme or not? This does not mean that the Republicans are good. The Republicans are evil as hell. But the Democrats are also evil. The Democrats are also incompetent. They're stupid. It's a manipulative tactic. Trump initially brought the ban to the table. I'm not denying the fact that Dems failed, but Trump only likes it now because he's seen how it can benefit him. Guys, good luck. Good luck trying to actively deny the reality that like every average dumb person, 170 million of them can see in broad daylight. I'm sorry. Is the reason you have more smoke against Dems than Republicans because they're the opposition party? The reason why I have more smoke for the Democrats against the Republicans is because, first of all, that's not true. I have more smoke for Republicans than Democrats always. But the reason why I'm yelling at my chat right now is because they refuse to recognize reality. And there is nothing that is more annoying to me than a group of people who routinely undermine the reality that is in front of everyone's eyes, where they just like look for an alternative way to message around it, where they're like, no, you don't understand. It was actually Trump that wanted to do it. Okay, so we should just kept the ban in place. Why didn't he keep the ban in place? Why is he saying he wants to give it a stay of execution? Why did he successfully give it a stay of execution as the incoming president? Please stop. Please, you cannot. This is not a politically sound way to operate, but more importantly than that, more importantly than politics, this is also, you're basically training yourself to deny reality at the behest of a party that has abandoned you, instead of trying to get your party, if you are a Democrat, to wake the fuck up. Okay? It's truly ridiculous. So what is your point, though? People are trying to rationalize all this. What do you recommend us to do? I recommend you to all open your eyes and don't lean into false narratives because you feel as though it is more beneficial for the Democratic Party in an effort to defend the Democratic Party and their incompetence. It's so silly. It's so stupid. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme or not? It is proof that TikTok broke brains. Even if you're on TikTok's side, you have to understand the way people are acting about this is childish and low-key insane. No, it's not. I think you're being childish and insane if you don't recognize that an application that 170 million people were using to communicate with one another, more importantly than that, 7 million small businesses had started on. 7 million people were relying on TikTok for, you know, income. And it's not just like dance people, okay? It's not just like people doing dances and making money off of doing advertising. Even then, that's just like one of the only viable economies remaining in this country. So what the fuck are you supposed to do? But outside of that, there's people that are making, you know, belt buckles. There's people that are making bags. There are people that are making things and selling it on the TikTok shop. And you're just gonna rip that away for what reason? For no reason whatsoever? Ridiculous. It's completely out of control. The people that think like, no, it's actually totally understandable. We should entertain stuff like this. We should entertain ridiculous things that the Democratic Party does like this. Why? Because I don't like it personally. Come on now. Anyway, I'll get, oh my God, I just need a blast off meme chat. Do we have one or not? If we don't have one, I'm just going to put something random on there. Okay. I feel like people are not giving me anything right now. Okay. Hold on. I'm just finding my own. It's fine. Oh, okay. All right. Let's go. I know I have the WAPO article on Sean Fain saying he's willing to and ready to work with Trump. It's understandable. He's the president. My leading theory is that BlackRock and Trump for sure made a shady deal to help TikTok get unbanned. Giving Trump praise is exactly what he wants, saying Trump saved TikTok when he still agrees with the bill passed. No, he doesn't. Because if he agreed with the bill that passed, he wouldn't have passed the bill. I mean, he wouldn't have stopped the stay of execution. It's so stupid. They don't sell him or his CEO friends 50%, then TikTok will be banned once again. Don't fall for this propaganda. Like, guys, hello? What are you saying? If he agreed with it, if he agreed with the ban, he would have banned it. If he agreed with the ban, he would have banned it. What propaganda are we talking about? He would have just let it happen. Like, there's nothing in this for him to defend TikTok's honor or whatever. I don't think you guys understand how comprehensive of a bill this was. Like, I don't think you understand. The way that the Democrats wrote this bill was so that it was a definite ban, where they were like, you either divest from this company that is very profitable, or you're done. And not only, like, they wouldn't even punish TikTok directly, they would punish every other American corporation for having its hands on TikTok. Servers that run TikTok servers would get punished. Okay? Apple would get punished for having it on the App Store. Google would get punished for having it on the Android Store. This is a very comprehensive piece of legislation that extends beyond the next 4 years. It was a 5-year piece of legislation as well. ISPs would get punished. $5,000 per person that is actively using TikTok. With 170 million people, that is like $800 billion in damages. And it's not like, this is an incredibly dangerous precedent. I talked about this quite a bit. I talked about this quite a bit yesterday, for the past week, for the past couple of months, as a matter of fact. This is not just about like, oh, I like TikTok, I enjoy using it, and you're taking away my treat. This is not that at all. This is a far greater issue than simply the government taking away your treat. The fact that treats are the only thing that motivate the broader American public, and treats are the only thing that hold this entire social fabric together, because without treats, you have literally nothing. Then you recognize that you don't have healthcare, the roads are shitty, and you'll never be able to retire. and life is utterly dog shit, right? And your rent is too much and you can't afford nice things. All of a sudden, when you take that last treat away, people are going to go, what the hell is this about then? And that's precisely what happened during COVID as well. And there was a good reason to deny some treats during COVID. There's no good reason to deny this treat, okay? It's so shocking to me that personally that liberals have this tendency to look at something when any politician actually responds to public pressure in a positive way. Okay, they go, that's bad, that's automatically bad, I'm gonna yell about that, I'm gonna be against it. Inherently, I'm anti that because a bad guy did it. Trump is still a very bad guy. He is not a good guy at all. Okay, he's a horrible guy. Starting Tuesday, ICE raids are going to start in Chicago. You'll see how bad of a guy he is then. Trust me. Okay? But there is no reason to look at the situation and deny reality. It doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense whatsoever to look at this situation and not recognize who the real perpetrators are and how they, in the most incompetent ways possible, gave Donald Trump a massive opportunity to present himself as this savior of this incredibly popular app against the incredibly unpopular thing that Congress had done in a bipartisan manner that was still, at the end of the day, signed into law by the Democratic administration. This is in the hands of the Democratic Party. So looking at a person, looking at any politician that responds to public pressure in a positive way and immediately going, no, I'm against it because the other team did this, is stupid. Okay? It's incredibly stupid. It's incredibly dumb. And I need you to understand that. And I need you to never do this. Please don't do this. Okay? Being a partisan in this regard is so silly because you're denying abject reality that is in front of you. It's the same as like thinking, no, Trump's influence played no role in pressuring Israel. Trump's influence played no role in pressuring Israel whatsoever to actually come to terms with the ceasefire agreement. Like, it's ridiculous. So what happened for the past 15 months? Biden couldn't exert his influence, but then all of a sudden at the last second he was able to? No, of course not. That's precisely the reason why everyone is saying, no, this was Trump. Trump played a big role in this. Having said that, of course. The grift to the right begins. Yes, dude, I'm grifting to the right. Classic. Yeah, I'm grifting to the right. You will never find me grifting to the right. The people that grift to the right are the Democratic Party all the time, okay? I'm grifting to reality. What is this? Does this mean I should scrap the Xiaohongshu industrial complex? You see Hutch trying to talk shit again? Yeah. No. Let's try to defend the scraps of the Democratic Party. The bill was introduced by Republicans and it passed on a bipartisan basis with a veto-proof majority. Obviously, that won't stop the relentless Dems back chorus from the left flank. We're going to see again and again in the second Trump era every time he pulls a stunt like this. Wow, the bill was introduced by Republicans and it passed on a bipartisan basis with a veto-proof majority. Wait, how did it get a veto-proof majority then? How did it get a veto? Wait, I didn't realize that. Oh my God. I had no idea that the Republicans actually had a veto-proof majority in Congress and were able to get this legislative item passed on their own. Oh, never mind. It's because I'm not an absolute moron who's wrong all the time about politics that I recognize that this is still in the hands of the Democrats under a Democratic leadership with Democrats that actually signed on for it. That's what a bipartisan bill is, okay? It just doesn't make sense. Ratio his ass like you did with Tommy. I wasn't even trying to ratio Tommy Vitor, by the way. That wasn't my intention at all when I responded to him. He said Chinese Communist Party running ads for Trump on TikTok. It's true. TikTok is running not just an ad, not just any ad, the largest, most consequential ad of all time. Okay? They're doing that. And the way that they are able to do this and the reasons for why they're doing that is because Trump said, we're not banning TikTok, at least for now. Okay? One must look at who's responsible for giving this massive W to Donald Trump. The Democrats handed him the easiest W of all time if he's smart enough to seize it, is what I said. I didn't intend to actually, like, you know, dunk on Tommy Vito or anything like that. This wasn't intentional at all. Yeah, no other will ever care that Trump got paid to flip-flop on it because Congress didn't really explain why it felt necessary to do so. I didn't even see his response, but I don't, this response I don't agree with entirely either. Because like I think Trump is not doing this because he got paid for it or whatever. Trump is doing this because he understands that TikTok is popular. That's it. And it's an easy W for him. He personally thinks TikTok played a role in him winning this election, in him basically getting 34% of the youth vote, as opposed to like in prior elections, never reaching that percentage at all. Okay. He thinks TikTok played a big role in him getting that. And I think Ciao, the TikTok CEO, and TikTok did a pretty smart move where they literally were like, oh no, we love the Republican Party. Look at Charlie Kirk. He's so popping on TikTok. They literally juiced up one guy from the Trump orbit, and immediately they were like, actually, TikTok is great for us in order to have a stay of execution. Now, do you think that it would get to that point? Do you think that this would have had to have happened if the Democrats were like, of course we're not banning TikTok? What are we, fucking stupid? If they had said, no, we're not doing that, and instead we're actually smart, just like Trump is in this regard, and said, no, we're not banning that. Republicans want to do censorship. Republicans want to take away your First Amendment rights. Republicans want to take away your treats. Republicans want to ban a platform that has 7 million small businesses who love small businesses. If they had done a massive propaganda campaign like that, I'm certain that, one, this ban wouldn't have even been a conversation. It wouldn't even been a point of contention. And if it was ever a point of contention, it would be one that would benefit the Democrats because they could actively bully the Republicans for being fucking annoying losers who are censorious. But they didn't do that. They didn't do that because they were scared. They were scared because the ADL looked at TikTok and said, everyone is doing Hamas propaganda on there. Get to work right now. Okay? They tagged it along with I believe it was a spending bill. It was a must-pass bill that they added this over to. It passed with bipartisan support. Democrats signed off on it. Some Democrats didn't, right? But enough of them signed off for it for a veto-proof majority. Joe Biden voted for it as well and pushed for it. He signed it into law. And here we are. And because it became increasingly the reality that it was going to get banned, and people were like, what are you doing? This is our livelihoods. All of a sudden, in the last second, they were like, just kidding. We actually don't want it banned. Can you imagine a world where you push for something, okay? You push for a piece of legislation. That legislation passes. Your president votes on that legislation. Then it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. You don't have a Supreme Court in that situation, right? The Supreme Court is not even on your side. And yet that conservative Supreme Court unanimously votes to enact the legislation that you pushed. And literally a day after that, right as you are on the way out of your administration, on the last day of your administration, you go, we were just kidding. We were just kidding. We were kidding 36 hours. Let's just leave this to Trump. He can deal with it. I cannot imagine a worse way to fucking legislate. I can't imagine a stupider thing that a party could do. And this isn't like, Hasan, you're a dreamer. You're just dreaming big. You want pie in the sky ideals. Like, you are just ideologically minded on this issue. Like, no, it's just bad politics, man. I'm looking at exactly what the Democrats are doing and telling you that they're doing bad fucking politics. They are playing like they want to lose. It's terrible. It's terrible politics. If anyone else in any other job had this level of performance, this much of a glaringly obvious fuck up, they would be fired. They should be fired. It is crazy. And when the Democrats fuck up, when the Democrats fuck up, we suffer, okay? Because when they mess up, when they suck, when they're bad at their jobs, then Republicans win, okay? They might not care about that because they're politicians. And as long as they can keep getting their donations, as long as they can keep farming donos off of all of the awful cruelty that the Republican agenda represents, they're fine. As long as they can keep sending their children to the best schools and make them work at these same mega corporations that they end up getting money from to deregulate those specific sectors, they're fine. You are not fine. When Republicans control the government and do awful shit, you're not fine. You suffer. It's ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense, dude. It's mind-boggling, okay? And I don't understand. I don't understand how people can't see the glaringly obvious reality here. I don't get it. Yeah, just 33% of all Americans express a favorable view of the Democratic Party, an all-time low in CNN's polling dating back to 1992. 4 years ago, in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, attack on the Capitol, the Democrats' rating stood at 49% and the Republicans at 32%. The party is dead. Murat, do you want food? Is that what you want? Okay, here. The party is so bad. They're such an overt failure. Anyone that defends this kind of ineptitude is ridiculous. You're just defending losers. Like, you're defending losers for losing. You're deluding yourself. It's so bad that it's like understandable if you think that this is the controlled opposition party where they're like deliberately losing. I can't begin to explain this. And it's actually stuff like this. This is no motion, okay? Just so you understand. This is one, a denial of abject reality, a refusal to understand how anything works. But last but not least, this is what you see on MSNBC at a time when they are failing, okay? Why are you doing MSNBC talking points on fucking Twitter, man? Why are you doing that? Do you have no mind of your own? Are you a goddamn robot? Are you getting paid by the DNC at least? Please, Hutch, tell me you're getting paid. Because if you're doing this for free, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you're doing this for free, you're such a fucking loser. Not only are you wrong, but you're not even professionally wrong. At least Matt Iglesias is professionally wrong, right? He gets paid to be wrong. He gets paid to defend the Democratic Party. He gets paid to push them right. And then he goes, after he gets all of his wishes demonstrated by the Democratic Party, and they fucking lose, understandably, because that's a dog shit way to run a campaign, he still turns around and says, no, they didn't just go right enough. That's the problem. But like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how you, as an outsider, as a fucking COD guy, could turn around and, you know, do this for free. You're doing propaganda, not even for the Democratic Party at this point. You're doing propaganda for like a select few group of analysts within the Democratic Party that are getting all this money to lose. You're doing this for staffers that are giving all of the wrong notes to their politicians. And it does not make any sense. It especially doesn't make sense when you do it for free. I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. I think for a lot of people, I'm going to be as charitable as I possibly can be and try to analyze or interpret what's going on in front of me here. Okay? I'm going to assume that because we are so cynical at this stage after multiple decades of Reaganomics, after the devastation caused by neoliberalism, we at this point, I think, genuinely consider any kind of, like, some people, not we, as in people here, but I think there are some liberals out there who falsely assume that politics is about being paternalistic and also doing things that the population doesn't want. And the more unpopular this is, the more bitter this pill is to swallow, the more real politics is happening in that situation. And I think a lot of these guys play catch up, where they basically look to the Democratic Party and don't actually interpret why this bill is passing or what the reasons are from the Democratic Party. They just simply play catch up and defense after the fact, no matter how bad it is. And the only way that they can do that is by simply stating, you just don't understand. The average person doesn't understand. Populism is inherently bad. Doing things that the majority want is inherently bad. Are there instances where doing things that the majority wants is inherently bad? Sure. Sure, there are. Sometimes good governance dictates you do things, especially if you have a grand design, if you have a big plan, right? Infrastructure, let's say. You're going to build a massive web of bullet trains. That's going to be an expansive project. That's going to be an expensive project. You're going to have to do eminent domain throughout that process. Some people are not going to like that. Sometimes a good government is supposed to do those things, okay? At the behest of a larger agenda that is overtly good, okay? That is beneficial for commerce, that is beneficial for improving people's material conditions. This is not one of those instances. Banning TikTok is not one of those instances. Not only unpopular, but it's also fucking stupid. It's a bad piece of legislation. It's bad politics and it's bad policy. And Democrats love doing bad politics and pairing it up with bad policy. It does not make any sense. So it doesn't make any sense to defend this sort of thing. I don't understand it. I really, really, really don't understand it, especially because, like, that kind of commentary that Hutch is engaging in here, playing catch up and, like, defending Democrats' incompetence once again, and claiming that this is me actually, like, giving credit to the Republicans and not just, like, addressing reality, okay? Doing political analysis and addressing the reality that everyone can see too, by the way, okay? But infinitely better writers who have spent multiple decades in these institutions write much craftier pieces, think pieces on the New York Times anyway. So you're not filling a void either. Not only are you wrong, but you're not even good at being wrong, and you're not getting paid to be wrong. So I don't understand. Just give it up. Wake the fuck up. Exercise a little bit of critical thinking and stop just defending the Democratic Party like a bot, dude. I don't understand it. Like, if I want this take, I don't have to get it from No Opinion or Hutchinson. I can get it from any number of different people in the New York Times editorial board that have spent most of their professional careers either working for the Republican Party or the Democratic Party or both of the parties, as a matter of fact. Okay? And they get paid a lot of money to do that. They got paid a lot of money working in these parties, and now they get paid a lot of money to defend the incompetence of said parties by doing PR for them. It doesn't make sense. You're a COD player. You have the opportunity to look at what's going on and not be wrong all the time. You have the independence and the freedom. And with all of that independence, with all of that freedom, you just still choose to churn out Matty Iglesias style propaganda. And you don't even do a good enough job with it. At least Matty Iglesias get paid for it. It makes no sense. It's like the lowest form of human, I swear to God. How is this helpful for anything? Just want to know what your goal is. It only pushes people farther and farther away from listening to us. What? Dude, it drives me crazy. You're so reactive. Can you actually make a plan for us to build a productive coalition with a clear and concise message that actually attracts people to our side, not just attacking everyone all the time? Do you not understand what's going on in the thing that I pulled? I made a correct assessment. A correct assessment that the overwhelming majority of people are also aware of. And then a person that is supposed to be on our side, okay, it chose to interpret that in the worst way possible and actually claim a reality that doesn't exist. What do you want me to do? I understand your points. I just think it's helpful to focus on. Okay, well, but you don't know anything. So I don't know why you're... It is a much broader point that I'm making. It's not just Hutch. There are a lot of people that do this, okay? It is the mentality that a lot of people have, which is defend the Democrats unconditionally, even when they're in the wrong, okay? That's it. And it's inappropriate. So that conversation that I'm having here is not just about Hutch, okay? It's about everyone that has that same tendency to immediately rush to defend the Democratic Party, even if they are operating in an incompetent manner. It makes everyone look delusional, okay? That's it. If you do this out in the wild, people will look at you like you're crazy. Anyway, here, as I said, there was my I told you so video.
Told you. I told you. TikTok has 170 million Americans. It's infinitely more popular than Congress. It's more popular than most things in this country. It's more popular than voting. It would be far too difficult for our incompetent Congress to fully successfully ban this application with 7 million small businesses on it. So here we are. The Democratic Party's incompetence once again in full display, giving Donald Trump, the man who wanted to initially ban TikTok, the full credit on a massive billboard with 170 million people, giving him the credit that he's actually now saving TikTok. Coming right on the heels of a ceasefire in Gaza as well that for 15 months Joe Biden simply could not accomplish. This be a warning though. As America's power diminishes on the global stage, they are going to become more censorious. Free speech never really truly existed. Obviously, look at the Red Scare. Look at what they did to black activists. Look at what they did to, BDS. But now it's going to get worse.
Yeah. Isn't this stunt super illegal and says the President Trump can do things outside the judicial and legislative branches? What do you mean the stunt is super illegal? What's illegal about it? What is illegal about this quote unquote stunt? What's illegal about it?
Told you.
Is a sneaky thirst talk? Anyway, here, I'm blasting it. Go like it. Go like it, archive it, repost it. This just proves our laws don't mean shit. It's who's in power and who's willing to use that power. Americans have acute, severe TikTok withdrawal and is showing cold turkey and they're fiending. It's not healthy. China bad. USA. Yeah, I mean, this is a great take as well. Yeah, you Dem loyalists were wrong about the significance of Gaza to Americans, wrong about the political relevance of the TikTok ban, wrong about the validity and intensity of popular hatred of corporations. You don't know anything when it counts. Please exit all civic life forever. It's true. It's true. And I'm already seeing thank you Trump posts from my apolitical friends. I want to die in a video game. If you're angry at that, understand who's responsible for it. Because who gave Trump this opportunity? Who? Who gave Trump this opportunity? The Democrats did. They did. I want a competent actually anti-fascist Democratic Party. I want a real counterbalance to growing fascism in this country. The Democrats are refusing to do that. Okay? They're refusing to do that. And I keep screaming and I keep kicking and I keep demanding that the Democrats actually do that so that we don't have a ridiculous Republican administration. It's ironic that people will try and claim that I'm an accelerationist, that I want Trump to win or some dumb shit, when it's exactly the opposite. If the Democratic Party listened to any number of different things that I was complaining about, we could have fucking had a much different outcome here in this election cycle. But no. I don't expect them to. I'm just saying that, like, it is completely ridiculous that these guys don't want to learn from their defeats at all. Can you explain the data behind saying that the ban is unpopular? When the ban passed, it has 70% support in polling that was accurate in the election, sadly. Even TikTok users, the ban was 30% yes to the ban. Has there been recent polling trying to counter the people saying it's popular, we should ban it still? Okay, two things that I will tell you on this. One, at no point did it actually reach above 50% approval for banning it, okay? And even then, it doesn't matter because there are 170 million people on the application. How many times do I have to explain to people that in the United States of America, especially, people that claim that they want something, that they think that, like, banning something is going to be good, once facing that reality, will very quickly change their minds. We just went through this with abortion. We just went through this with fucking Roe v. Wade. I don't know how else I can explain it. There were people who were like, I'm voting for the Republican Party, but maybe this abortion ban, not a great idea. They literally went back to their own states and with resounding margins turned around and solidified constitutionally enshrined abortion protections in the same states. Clearly, the people that were like, oh yeah, I'll vote for the abortion ban, I think it's a good idea. Once it was a reality, we're like, oh my God, it wasn't a good idea at all. It was a very bad idea. Let's change this immediately. This is the reality in America all the time. People will say, I want something. And when that thing happens, they go, oh my God, I had no idea how devastating this was going to be. This is part of the benefit for reactionary politics, is that Republicans can get away with a lot of awful things, with an agenda that is just inherently bad, okay? An agenda that is harmful to so many Americans because many of them don't realize the damage until it's far too late, once it's implemented. And a pretty sizable chunk of people never even recognize it. So that's number one. Number two, even on that front, it never actually passed 50%. Okay? That's a good angle to come at it, people. The public as a whole is very bad at hypothetical situations. The what if questions, they just generally get wrong. Yes, look at climate change. People can't comprehend something unless it's like tangible, unless it's like A to B, okay? Especially as a broader population. That's number one. Number two, okay? Number two, even then, there wasn't this like mass approval of banning TikTok. Okay? There wasn't like this overwhelming sea of support to ban TikTok. How can you say that when the fucking application is the most popular application? Like, what are we talking about? Like, think, please. I don't care what the Pew Research Center said in terms of like the 50% ban, which got lowered to like 30% by the time it got to an actual implementation. But think about that. Think about that, please. Like at the end of the day, you can look at the raw number of people that are using the application on a daily basis. Part of the reason why they wanted to ban it was because of its success. Just because people use it doesn't mean they don't want it banned. Dude, that is so dumb. That is so dumb. I use TikTok all the time and I want it banned. The amount of users means nothing. Do you think the overwhelming majority of TikTok daily users in the 170 million actually wanted it banned? So why are people celebrating this then? Why is this a benefit to Donald Trump? If this was truly a fucking popular decision, why is this being treated like an ad for Donald Trump? This should be a major L for Trump. That Trump saved TikTok should actually be a bad thing. But you understand that as a good thing. You understand that as a good thing because you recognize, regardless of what you're saying right now, to try to prove a fucking stupid point on your in this moment, you also understand that this was objectively an unpopular decision by the Democratic Party. What you're saying doesn't even make logical sense. If TikTok's ban was a genuinely popular thing, then right now everyone would be dunking on Trump. They'd be like, oh, this fucking idiot. I can't believe he saved TikTok. He should have never done that. We love that TikTok was banned. We want it to be banned. Right? Right? Don't you think? Your argument doesn't make sense. The argument that you're trying to put forth doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Why are the Dems not gloating? Why are they all mad? Why are they all upset that Trump got credit for saving TikTok if banning TikTok was so popular? You actually don't believe Trump initiated this? What are you talking about? I 100% believe Trump initiated this. What do you mean? Trump, look, here's what I think, okay? Here's what I think. AIPAC gave the final push to get this across the finish line. It was tied to a must-pass bill. It got passed. Joe Biden signed it, celebrated it, thought this was a major W. Then the Supreme Court took it on and gave a unanimous decision to finalize this ban. In that process, there was an election cycle, however. In that election cycle, Donald Trump actually started posting on TikTok. So did the Democrats, as a matter of fact. Weirdly enough, even though it's a major national security problem, it seems like neither party actually had an issue posting on the fucking platform while they were actively trying to ban it, right? The difference is between the two parties, one party was being hypocritical by posting on TikTok, while the other party, on the other hand, was posting on TikTok and getting glazed. Okay? Donald Trump, in that process, realized that TikTok might not be so bad. In his mind, he thought, because Charlie Kirk was, seeing a tremendous amount of success on the platform, and Charlie Kirk directly has access to Donald Trump, and many other right-wing content creators were telling him, TikTok is good, TikTok is good. He decided this was actually beneficial for him because he reads the fucking room. That's it. It's not a superpower. It's literally not a superpower. But for some reason, if you are in DC for a long enough time, just trying to understand what like the overwhelming majority of people enjoy or like becomes this impossible endeavor. It might as well be a superpower to be able to read the room actively. He recognized that people liked him on there. He thought that it played a role in him winning over the youth vote. Okay? He got great margins in the youth vote in comparison to past performance. He said it openly. He said, TikTok played a big role in me winning. The youth love TikTok. They love Trump. I'm going to save it. I'm going to defend it. And that's all it takes. TikTok glazed the Republicans, reposted Charlie Kirk memes. Show is still, the CEO is still reposting Charlie Kirk at Greenland or whatever. Okay. And they're doing that because they don't want the application to be banned. The difference is Mark Zuckerberg was never threatened, and he still chooses to suck Trump off. Elon Musk was never threatened, and he chose to defend Donald Trump and chose to actively use his platform in ways that are far more significant than what TikTok did in terms of beefing up Trump's campaign strategies and using Twitter as a platform that was an endless faucet of right-wing misinformation. They did that for personal gain when they didn't even need to. TikTok, on the other hand, obviously looked at the situation and was like, well, this guy's pretty agreeable if you glaze him a little bit. And that's precisely what happened. They glazed him a little bit, and, you know, they got a stay of execution. That's it. That's it. I think a lot of the denial is the result of people's fear of Trump. I mean, I don't understand that. I am fearful of Donald Trump's administration as well. And I'm never going to stop being critical of Donald Trump. I don't think Donald Trump is good all of a sudden. I'm more angry at the Democratic Party for making Trump look good in this process by giving him the easiest W of all time. Like I said, Trump doesn't have a superpower, okay? He just recognizes when something is popular and he goes, yeah, I don't care about like any number of different legislators. This is popular. They like me over there. They'll like me even more if I save it. I'm going to save it. That's it. I'm asking companies not to let TikTok stay dark. I will issue an executive order on Monday to extend the period of time before the law's prohibitions take effect so that we can make a deal to protect our national security. The order will also confirm that there will be no liability for any company that helped keep TikTok from going dark before my order. Americans deserve to see our exciting inauguration on Monday, as well as other events and conversations. I would like the United States to have 50% ownership in a position in a joint venture. They already have, I think the Chinese ownership at this point is like 20% from ByteDance. By doing this, we save TikTok, keep it in good hands, and allow it to stay up. Without U.S. approval, there is no TikTok. With our approval, it's worth hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe trillions. Therefore, my initial thought is a joint venture between the current owners and or new owners, whereby the U.S. gets a 50% ownership in a joint venture set up between the U.S. and whichever purchase we so choose. Donald Trump's Truth Social, 10 a.m. EST.
And
It's so cool how right after the SCOTUS ruling, the Speaker of the House just says explicitly that the ban is intended exclusively as censorship and to strip the free rights of its 170 million American users. And that's precisely what this was about. I don't know how people don't see this. No, he's not saying nationalize TikTok. It doesn't matter what he says in terms of like what they want to do. I think that they're probably going to have a very similar structure that currently exists, but they're just going to aesthetically make it seem as though it's different. Like the ownership is different. That's the difference. Because TikTok says they're not going to sell. Why would they? I understand why they wouldn't. What the fuck? Trump called Biden out on this in April when the first bill passed. Yeah, Trump blames Biden for a potential TikTok ban and calls it election interference. In 2020, Trump signed an executive order to ban TikTok from app stores, warning the United States must take aggressive action against the owners of TikTok to protect our national security. Yeah, well, it doesn't. I know Trump proposed a ban on TikTok in 2020. He tried to do an executive order. It was unconstitutional. I know all of this. Why are you telling me this, chat? You think me, the political commentator who literally commentated on this as a professional political commentator in 2020 when it was happening, is oblivious to this reality? I know. It does not matter. saying Trump initially wanted it banned and he doesn't anymore doesn't change the equation even a little bit. Okay? TikTok CEO Shou Zi Chu is expected to attend tonight's Make America Great Again victory rally at Capital One Arena. Yeah, of course. Unless you personally think that like Donald Trump was able to do mind control over the Democratic Party so they would just like push for this stupid ass TikTok ban and sign it into law, thinking that this is like an expert level move from Donald Trump is so silly. It's super basic. It does not have to be that complicated. Politics can be as complicated as you want it to be or as simple as you want it to be. If people want something, and if an application, a treat that 170 million Americans use, okay, is the easiest W of all time. It's an incredibly easy W. It's an easier W than COVID lockdowns, because COVID lockdowns were appropriate. That was an instance where the government was actually operating in a paternalistic fashion at the behest of the citizens, okay? And even then, it was deeply unpopular because people couldn't go get haircuts. People were losing their minds, okay? People did not have access to their treats. Don't you understand? That causes societal collapse in America. That's the one thing. That is the American social contract. It does not matter how many brown people need to be eviscerated in the process. As long as I, an American, can get $5 jalapeno poppers, I, as an American, can get my easily accessible, affordable treats, then this entire project is fine, okay? That's the only thing that pacifies the public. That's the only thing people care about. Because when you don't have those treats, all of a sudden, you start recognizing that the potholes are fucked up, the roads are busted, the infrastructure is dog shit, that schooling is worse year over year, your job opportunities suck, you can't pay rent and also afford groceries at the same time simultaneously, you'll never be able to retire. The world is both simultaneously on fire or underwater, sometimes both at the same time. There's endless war. All of a sudden, you're like, everything sucks. And now I don't even have my treats? What the fuck is this all about? That's it. That's the only thing that keeps American society together. So you don't have to be a brilliant person to recognize, like, yeah, if you take this thing away from Americans, they're going to get real pissed off. It's that simple. Also, not only is this just a treat, but there is no valid, unlike the COVID lockdowns, there is no valid reason to try and, restrict Americans' access to this social media application. Okay? That's the other problem here. Because if there was a valid reason, I would at least entertain the idea. If there was a valid reason, if they actually had a real, comprehensive, valid reason to do this, okay, then it makes a little bit more sense. But there is no real valid reason to do it. Oh, I'm sorry. Too much Israel criticism is not going to be enough for me. Oh, people are too excited about Luigi Mangione on there. We got to do something about it. Because that's like one of the real reasons, okay? That they just can't like put their thumb on the scale in terms of like what gets posted on there. And that's a big problem. Wear the MAGA hat, man. Shut up. No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I mean, this is a timeless classic, The last decade has been the Democrats clinging onto the rule book going, but a dog can't play basketball while a dog fucking dunks on us over and over again. It's a classic for a reason, because it is exactly what keeps happening. The institutionalism defenders, the institution understanders, the rule abiders, the norms respecters, constantly getting destroyed by the Republican Party and going, but what about the norms? But what about the rules? I don't understand. it's crazy to me that people also act like Israel played no role in this, like the pro-Israel lobby played no role in this, when virtually every politician has at least found it important enough to mention that that was a major reason. So what are they doing? Are they lying? Are they lying when they say they did this for Israel? I guess maybe they're just lying. Gallagher is well liked by Democrats and his GOP colleagues and respected as an expert on the issue. His efforts appeared to stall in 2023, but were revived in part by the fallout from the October 7 attack by Hamas on Israel, according to people close to TikTok and close to lawmakers. TikTok's users quickly inundated the platform with videos about the attack and Israel's war on Gaza. Some lawmakers say TikTok appeared to favor pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel content and renew calls to ban the app in the U.S. TikTok spokeswoman said that the videos that lawmakers are concerned about were created by its users, and the company argued it has been fair in moderating pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian videos. October 7 really opened people's eyes to what's happening on TikTok and its differential treatment of different topics, said Krishnamurti, adding that the coming election also fueled concerns. People are concerned about interference using TikTok. Here's Mitt Romney also
Typically,
saying
the
that
Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here?
US Senator Mitt Romney suggested TikTok was manipulating public opinion by boosting pro-Palestinian posts.
If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so. I'd note that's of real interest, and the president will get the chance to make action in that regard.
But perhaps the platform is reflecting rather than shaping views. TikTok appeals to younger audiences and content creators who tend to be most sympathetic to the people of Gaza. And some even accuse the platform of being pro-Israel in removing content in support of Palestine.
Interesting. But there's more. Here's Chris Murphy, TikTok tucking itself in with Trump, Twitter under control of the White House, Facebook making major changes to placate MAGA, doing PR campaign aligned with Trump. Does everyone not see what's happening here and how terrifying this is, says Chris Murphy. To which Mike from Pennsylvania replies, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut was similarly circumspect when pressed on Schumer's conclusion about anti-Semitism in the left. I think there's an awful lot of hateful speech on the left and the right, he said. But Murphy did offer one concrete idea to combat anti-Semitism, banning TikTok. Part of what I really worry about is the way social media sites drive the narrative, especially for young people. If you look at anti-Semitism festering on platforms and you go, we have to ban TikTok, you have to have a fucking hole in your brain. It is ridiculous that you're posting on the anti-Semitic website, like the premier website for people that love posting Hitler gifs, going, we have to apologize to this guy. Twitter is the most anti-Semitic fucking website. What the fuck? This is what makes me so angry about this fucking process, too, because there are valid concerns with social media in general, whether it be breaking the minds of Americans and having a steady flow of misinformation run rampant, data privacy issues. All of these are real fucking problems, okay? But you want to know something? Every platform does it. So solve it by legislating on those issues rather than using those issues to say, this is why we must ban TikTok. That is what is so frustrating about this, okay? It's just a lie. That's it. Part of what I really worry about is the way that social media sites drive the narrative. TikTok is talking about Gaza. The way that TikTok is talking about Gaza is designed to divide Americans from each other. While Murphy had previously been reluctant to embrace a ban, the events of the last 2 months have pushed him toward the view that it's probably time to say that we shouldn't have a Chinese-owned social media company force-feeding divisive information to our kids. Like, what are we doing? TikTok is such a dangerous tool for China, so we're now allowing it to be on every phone for another 90 days, probably longer too. It's a super serious security issue, by the way. Please care about China. Please, please, please. Yeah. Here is the ADL. Another very important responsible party for the TikTok ban in general. Okay?
You must, we must, you must take this deadly seriously. Pushing extremists off Wikipedia might not seem equal to...
By the way, they got this across. They got a bunch of the Wikipedia editors banned off of Wikipedia. The ADL actively worked to undermine Wikipedia's editorial integrity because they were upset that Wikipedia was straight up reporting the truth on the issue of Israel. And that's exactly what they did. They got them fired. They like, you know, took out a bunch of Wikipedia editors recently.
The challenge of pushing Hezbollah north of the Litani River. Capturing TikTok might seem less meaningful than holding on to Mount Hermon. Libelous tweets certainly might seem less deadly than missiles from Yemen.
Yeah, he's saying that this is a full-scale war and information is a major component of it, and we have to control these platforms. We have to enforce our will upon these platforms. Understand what he is saying here. It is so ridiculous, man.
But this is urgent because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
So you'd say there is not a disproportionate amount of youth on TikTok or pro-Palestinian sentiment than other platforms? Than on other platforms? Wait, what? No, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that that is the reason why they want to ban it. Hello? Do you have an issue with that? Do you have an issue with that? Okay, that's what I thought. I was confused. No, there is definitely not a disproportionate amount. There's just like a proportionate amount that reflects reality, okay? What are we doing here at this point? Here's the original Greenblatt tweet from 2023. An intercepted communication, leaked audio of ADL Chief Executive Jonathan Greenblatt freaking out because global youth aren't buying Israel's propaganda anymore. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
I also want to point out that we have a major generational problem. All the polling I've seen, ADL's polling, ICC's polling, independent polling, suggests this is not a left-right gap, folks. The issue in the United States of support for Israel is not left and right. It is young and old.
True.
And the numbers of young people who think that Hamas's, massacre was justified is shockingly and terrifyingly high. And so we really have a TikTok problem, a Gen Z problem, that our community needs to put the same brains that gave us Taglit, the same brains that gave us all these other amazing innovations, need to put our energy toward this.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, they're actively and openly stating it. They're like, yeah, we want to ban it because people are seeing the truth about what Israel is doing, and that's completely unacceptable. And we can't have that. We can't have that.
And we've been chasing this left-right divide. It's the wrong game. The real game is the next generation, and the Hamas and their accomplices, the useful idiots in the West, are falling in line in ways that are terrifying. Last thing I'll just say, we saw a dramatic change in the language of the activists here in America on October the 8th. The language of groups that we've long tracked, who've long been problematic, like Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voices for Peace, they flipped
like they're talking about young Jews, by the way. Like, they're saying young Jews are too pro-Palestinian, and they're getting radical in the face of Israel's genocide. It's completely unacceptable. Also, long tracked. Think about that. They've been tracking the statements of students for Justice for Palestine. They've been monitoring Jewish Voice for Peace, like anti-Zionist activists. Interesting.
To like Iranian propaganda. The language I could show you from their toolkits, because our analysts are in their groups.
Like they literally have, they're like, we have spies. We have spies inside of these groups. We have spies inside of groups like Jewish Voice for Peace. We have spies inside of groups like Students for Justice for Palestine. Isn't that weird? This is supposed to be a civil rights organization, chat. A civil rights organization. It's supposed to be tasked with combating anti-Semitism. And they're over here spying on Jewish students for the crime of being anti-Zionist. Make no mistake. They've done this before. They were doing this alongside apartheid South Africa back in the day. In the 90s, they got busted for quite literally doing this surveillance and spying and smear campaign on anti-apartheid activists of Jewish background even back then. Labor activists, labor organizers, American Jews who were against the apartheid in South Africa, they, at the ADL, were working alongside the apartheid South African government and spying on them.
Saw this again on October the 8th. It was that fast. Like the language in their toolkits was all about the Zionist entity and lots of other language that we recognized from Iranian propaganda.
What does South Africa have to do with Israel? Great question. Well, they were both very important, valuable allies during the Cold War. They're both fascists and they're both apartheid regimes. They relied on one another for developing nuclear capabilities. Not the current South African leadership, of course. I'm talking about apartheid South Africa. People calling that chatter a dumbass as if most people don't. Yeah, most people don't know about this, for the record. Yeah, so. That's why I said, good question. Second paragraph, last sentence. Yeah. It also worked with the NAACP to discredit the far-right Ceasefire operation. In the 1980s, it was involved in the propaganda against Nelson Mandela of South Africa before embracing him the following decade. Do you know why he mentioned Taglit? Taglit. He mentioned Taglit. He said the brilliant minds that came up with Taglit. Birthright. He's saying birthright is an incredibly valuable, an invaluable tool of propaganda for young American Jews. He's saying the brilliant minds that came up with the concept of birthright to do pro-Israeli propaganda should also be able to, deal with this TikTok issue. It's Tagli, is it? I don't know how to say it. Taglit? Taglit, sorry. I mispronounced it. What is this?
We need to talk about TikTok. TikTok, if you will, it is the 24/7 news channel of so many of our young people, and it's like Al Jazeera on steroids.
In November of 2023, a recording was leaked of Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, referring to TikTok as a problem that needed to be taken care of.
We have a major generational problem. The issue in the United States of support for Israel is not left and right. It is young and old.
I want to point to something here, okay? Make no mistake. there are other factors from other sectors that want a TikTok banned as well. Israel and the pro-Israeli lobby simply had enough institutional enforcement capabilities in terms of the legislative body to drag it across the finish line. Because if you think that other people, like, you know, if you think that Facebook's Meta, you know, Zuckerberg, Google, Elon Musk at Twitter, like, if you think that those guys didn't want TikTok banned, or at least like take ownership away from the Chinese government and like give it to someone else, but ultimately get it banned or, you know, stop it. If you think that those guys that didn't have like an alternative interest in TikTok, you'd be wrong. It benefits them greatly, right? This is why I've also explained that TikTok being banned, technically, as a content creator who's not really on TikTok that much, it benefits me as well, because 170 million people are now going to look to another social media platform. So when I'm defending this on principle, I'm not defending it because of my own personal motivations here, okay? Is someone texting you to add more context? Yeah, dude. The Jews, right? They're texting me to add more context. Is that what you're trying to, is that, you know, what you're trying to say here? Is that what you think is going on? Or do you think I care about the truth and I want to make sure that people are not simply looking at this issue with a reductive, people are not looking at this issue in the most reductive ways possible. Okay? If you think it's just because of Israel, then you're wrong. That's not the only reason. Okay? That's not at all what I meant. Why did you say that? Why did you mention that then? The truth is more complicated. It's more complex than, oh, it's just because of Israel. If you say it's just because of Israel, then you'll be wrong. It's not. I think that this certainly played a major role. Why? Because pro-Israeli institutions and organizations like the Apartheid Defense League, the ADL, AIPAC, and many other groups like this have a lot of motion in Congress. Okay? They do. They have an outsized amount of influence. That's true. Okay? They fund a lot of campaigns. They can get into these rooms that the average American can't. You can see this. You can see this in a hilarious way with Sacha Baron Cohen's Who is America? Think about how many doors he was able to open just by presenting himself as a former Mossad agent, Eran Morad. Think about that. Think about how comfortable American congresspersons were with just talking to a random guy who simply presented himself as an Israeli Mossad guy. For them, they had no reason to think like, oh my God, this must be an op. Because they were like, no, this happens all the fucking time. So obviously, yeah, no, it's just another weird Israeli guy. That's it. Like, it's silly to think about because it was like presented as a comedy, but there is some very serious truth there. He was able to open virtually every door. He was able to interview Dick Cheney, dude. Just because he was representing Israel in their minds in that moment. Because they're so used to it.
And so we really have a TikTok problem, a Gen Z problem, that our community needs to put the same brains that gave us Tagli, the same brains that gave us all these other amazing innovations, need to put our energy toward this, like, fast.
Now, one interesting side note here is that I came across an ADL report expressing frustration that they couldn't access TikTok's analytics the way they can with every other big tech company. Like, should they be able to do that? Anyway, now we're about a month into this war, and all these studies started coming out, making claims about the proliferation of anti-Semitism on TikTok. The most notable one from a statistician and tech executive named Anthony Goldblum. He tweeted out on November 30th that a study he commissioned concluded 30 minutes.
Bro, look at this. X being the lowest. Come on, dude. I'm on all three of these platforms. Who are you lying to? That's the other side of this that is so fraudulent, okay? Please understand how fraudulent this study is, okay? All you need to do is just click on Twitter and spend 3 seconds on the platform. Now, why are they saying Twitter is the least anti-Semitic out of all these platforms? Why are they saying that? Because it's owned by Elon Musk, who is, ironically, more overtly anti-Semitic than Mark Zuckerberg is, and certainly more overtly anti-Semitic than any other person that owns any other social media platform. But he went to Israel. He went to Israel and he was like, oh, dude, this is, you know, he did it. He was pro-Israel. If you're pro-Israel, you can be as anti-Semitic as you want. Okay? That's the real grift. Because these guys are way more invested in combating anti-Zionism instead of anti-Semitism. Now, make no mistake. Do I think personally that there are no anti-Semites who present themselves as anti-Zionists? Of course. I am the first to recognize that. And I talk about it all the time. The likes of Jake Shields or that one random doctor anti-vaxxer lady who will every now and then in between like Palestine posting will just then go and be like, look at all these rich Jews that are in power. Like that's just you're just using Palestine to be anti-Semitic. You're using the issue of Israel's apartheid and Israel's genocide to actually propagandize your opinion, which is that you want people to hate Jews. Okay? Clandestine Owens is another example of this. So just understand that while there are people who are prominently featured in mainstream outlets and on all these platforms that are overt anti-Semites, okay? Overt anti-Semites that present themselves as simply criticizing Israel, in terms of the way that most normal people analyze the situation, that is not the case. Okay, in terms of the on-the-ground organizing, that is certainly not the case. If you think that like Jewish Voice for Peace, If Not Now, or Students for Justice for Palestine are run by like rugged anti-Semites, you are a delusional loser. Okay, so why is it that Twitter is seen as the least anti-Semitic website on this study? Okay, why? Why? It's because the far greater danger for Israel is not the increased anti-Semitic, the increased anti-Semitism in the Western world. That benefits Israel's apartheid project. Okay? This is precisely the reason why I have time and time again explained to you that Benjamin Netanyahu will link up with overt anti-Semites in the West all the time. Okay? People like Viktor Orban, who ran on, you know, Jewish puppets, Jewish puppeteers are controlling society and won. Okay? Authoritarian people like Viktor Orban, who are running overtly anti-Semitic campaigns. Why does Benjamin Netanyahu like Viktor Orban, you might ask? Why does he have no issue with Viktor Orban, you might ask? Because Viktor Orban is pro-Israel. Okay? Why? Can you explain how anti-Semitism helped Israeli apartheid? Yes, because the greatest danger for Israel is not Hezbollah, is not Hamas. The greatest danger for Israel is the notion that like Jews in the West are not fearful of their existence due to increased anti-Semitism. Okay? The greatest threat to Israel is not Hamas. The greatest threat to Israel is Sherman Oaks. The greatest threat to Israel is Beverly Hills. The greatest threat to Israel is Boca Raton in Florida or Brooklyn or Long Island. Because if people are just like, yeah, I'm American, why should I care about this stuff? What are you talking about? If American Jews were to be like, yeah, I don't really associate with Israel like that. I don't really understand why we're just like giving them unlimited weapons. I'm an American, which is normal to think, by the way, and many people do think that. Then all of a sudden, Israel can't exist in the violent ways that it does as an apartheid regime. That's why it's so important. That's why the propaganda is so important. You're like, the Holocaust happened, and it did, of course, and that it can happen again. It can happen again. It's going to happen any day now. That's why Israel has to be a demographic majority Jewish ethno-state, because you have to have Israel as a demographic majority Jewish ethno-state, because if it doesn't exist like that, then, you know, Holocaust 2 is going to happen at any moment, is the prevailing domineering argument that pro-Israeli people make. Crazy you have to clarify? I do have to clarify for two reasons. One, because there are people who unfortunately are so fucking insane that nowadays people do question these narratives, okay? Like as though it's a fucking narrative and not the truth. And two, the reason why I have to doubly clarify it is because people will regularly clip me out of context to try to present me as an anti-Semitic person because of my arguments against Israel behaving as an apartheid state, being an apartheid state. Just so you understand, Israel does not have an issue with overt anti-Semitism rising in the Western world. Okay? Here. I mean, here's Joe Biden elevating that same line. Without Israel, there's not a Jew in the world that's secure, is an insane statement made by the president of a country that has the highest number of Jews outside of Israel. Like, what are you saying?
I think without Israel, there's not a Jew in the world that's secure.
And he said this time and time again. It's like when you're the American president and you say that, it sounds like a threat, dude. You know? Anyway. What? Hey, HasanAbi, is there a study done on your vids on YouTube for being ad blockaded? Just got on for today after watching a 27 video and saw 4 3-minute long ads as opposed to other videos from other popular content creators. Similar lengths, but 3 ads at most. And your longer videos are horrible. Am I the only one who gets this, or is it normal? You think my longer videos are horrible? What? Subscribe with Twitch Prime. Yes. I'm not running ads, but maybe I will. It's horribly dense with ads. Wait, really? Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it probably isn't my videos. I don't think. Were they talking about my YouTube channel or are they talking about a fan channel? They might be talking about a fan channel. Anyway. It's your main channel. Your other channels aren't as bad. Can get there on subjects. Not horrible, but full of ads. I'll look into it. Now, the idea, your YouTube is trash, Lazlo. The idea that like Israel is the safest place on the planet for Jews is also obviously insane, considering how violent the Israeli government is and how it constantly is trying to do upkeep for an apartheid where there are 5 million indigenous people that they're dominating in perpetuity. That's already a ridiculous thing. The shadow says, right, the place where Jews are conscripted to fight nonsense wars and the biggest Jewish massacre since the Holocaust happened is the only place where Jews are safe. Exactly. Exactly. It's not safe at all. It's a constant war zone, and it doesn't have to be a constant war zone. It's only a constant war zone because the Israeli government can't maintain it without being a constant war zone. You're always going to have friction if you are trying to dominate 5 million indigenous people in real time. Like, that's insane. So, it's a ridiculous idea, and it's constantly defended by ridiculous people who are pro-Israel. But like I said, this benefits the propaganda this necessitates the propaganda Israel must put out. Okay, in terms of Israel being an inherently violent settler colony. Okay, because that's what it is, both historically and in contemporary society. Israel behaves as a violent settler colony, and in order for Israel to keep defending itself on the propaganda front, they have to keep saying like, "Oh no, if this doesn't happen, if Israel doesn't behave this way, then, Holocaust 2 is going to happen." This is why I took a very long way to explain this, but this is the reason why, one, the Israeli government does not mind anti-Semitism growing in the Western world, because they can use that to tell all of the Jews that live in America or in the Western world to come to Israel, or at the very least offer material support to Israel, or at the very least offer Hasbara, defense of Israel, online. Okay? But yeah, this is a laughable argument, though, to say that Twitter is like 8 times or 10 times less anti-Semitic than TikTok is hilarious.
A day on TikTok makes someone 17% more anti-Semitic. Politicians like Nikki Haley would then go on to regurgitate this claim on national television.
We do need to ban TikTok once and for all. And let me tell you why.
Yeah, also that analysis also featured that analysis also featured a wonderful little tidbit there. They snuck that in there, if you noticed. Anti-Jewish and anti-Israeli sentiment. That's what they did in there. Anti-Israel sentiment is not anti-Jewish inherently, okay? It's ridiculous.
Every 30 minutes that someone watches TikTok, every day, they become 17%
I remember this was so funny.
more anti-Semitic.
Except that survey didn't say that at all, because A, it conflated anti-Israel and anti-Semitic sentiments, which I believe to be different. And B, Goldblum himself admitted that he made some logical leaps when he was drawing his conclusion. But now things are really moving at a rapid pace. The next day, on December 1st, 2023, the New York Post reported that a group of 40 mostly Jewish tech leaders and business executives confronted TikTok CEO Ciao over their concerns about anti-Semitism and the allegedly disproportionate popularity of pro-Palestine videos on the app. One of those executives, Anthony Goldblum, the same Anthony Goldblum who we were just talking about. And from everything I understand, the meeting didn't go well, in the sense that TikTok didn't commit to a kind of wholesale removal of pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel content. So from then on, the fight against TikTok pivoted from a kind of PR battle that we were just looking at to now laying the groundwork to push legislation through that would ultimately ban the app. In March of 2024, a bill was introduced in Congress, H.R. 7521, called the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, sponsored by Representative Mike Gallagher.
Foreign adversary control of what is becoming the dominant news platform for Americans under 30. This is a common sense measure to protect our national security. I urge my colleagues to support this critical bipartisan legislation.
The argument is one we've heard before. TikTok, owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, could pose a threat to US national security by harvesting user data, and its algorithm could also be weaponized to, quote, brainwash Americans. Now, these concerns I do think are valid in a sense, but I think it's worth noting that companies like Facebook and Google engage in similar data collection practices, and then
look at how, oh, he replied to this tweet. We have had a lot of questions about why we labeled the chart anti-Semitic / anti-Israel and not just anti-Semitic. Different people, previously the CEO of Kaggle, what the hell is Kaggle? Different people have different views on which questions count as teasing out anti-Semitism. So we went with a more conservative chart title. For those interested, these are the raw questions that were asked in the survey. Jewish people can be trusted just as much as American people in business. Jewish people are just as loyal to America as other American people. I am just as open to having Jewish friends as I am to having friends from other sections of American society. Compared to other groups, Jewish people have too much power in the media. Jewish people talk about the Holocaust just to further their political agenda. Jewish people chase money more than other people do. I'm comfortable spending time with people who openly support Israel. Okay, one of these is not like the others. Israel has a right to exist as a homeland for the Jewish people. Israel is, okay. The first 6, I'm like, okay, that's like, you know, pretty good at assessing anti-Semitism. And then it immediately goes into the last 5, which are all like truthful statements that will be designed as calling you anti-Semitic. That's crazy. Israel has a right to exist as a homeland. Israel has a right to defend itself against those who want to destroy it. Israel and its supporters are a bad influence on our democracy. Israel can get away with anything because its supporters control the media. Okay, this one is like still anti-Semitic. And then Israel treats the Palestinians like the Nazis treated the Jews. I mean, this is just objectively true. Is fact. Factually accurate.
and they would go on to sell this data to China. So China is getting the data anyway. But here's where things get really interesting. You start digging into Gallagher's largest campaign donors, and you uncover a story that goes far beyond data privacy or Chinese influence. Near the top of his donor list is AIPAC, the Israeli lobby. Here's a crazy statistic for you. Of the 500 plus members of Congress, only 33 members did not receive a donation from the Israeli lobby in the last campaign cycle. So essentially, when Israel wants something from America, they usually get it. Now, another contributor I want to draw your attention to, Palantir Technologies, which is a defense contractor co-founded by billionaire Peter Thiel. Palantir just happens to work very closely with the Israeli military, providing advanced surveillance and targeting software used extensively in their war on Gaza. And one of their consultants, a man named Jacob Hellberg, was responsible for writing the bill. Yeah, it's incredible. A defense contractor who profits off Israel's war were also the ones behind drafting a bill that would, in effect, stifle criticism of said war, which is a clear conflict of interest, no? At around the same time, the Jewish Federations of North America penned a letter to Congress urging lawmakers to ban TikTok due to anti-Semitism. Not one mention in their letter about China or data privacy.
TikTok runs all sorts of videos that portray the Israelis acting towards the Palestinians in barbaric ways. And when young people see these videos on TikTok, they obviously become remarkably sympathetic to the Palestinians, and they think badly, to put it mildly, of the Israelis. So the lobby would like to shut down TikTok.
On March 23, 2024, HR 7521 passed with largely bipartisan support. Looking back, I was fully expecting the bill to pass the House very, very quickly and easily, because there are a lot of bills that pass the House and don't make it through the Senate. The Senate is meant to slow things down. But 1 month later, on April 24th, the act passed in the Senate, again, with overwhelming bipartisan support, and was signed into law by Joe Biden on the following day. Like I said, I had never seen a bill go through Congress with that kind of speed and velocity, with very little opposition or debate. It's wild. And maybe even wilder, by that summer, Mike Gallagher, the representative who had sponsored the bill, was now working for Palantir as their head of defense.
Ooh!
He didn't even finish out his term. He just resigned from Congress and took a job there. I know, all of this sounds like a crazy conspiracy theory. In fact, the ADL did call this a conspiracy theory. The Atlantic also called this a conspiracy theory. They even name-checked me in their article. Quote, "The entire world knows exactly why the US is trying to ban TikTok," James Lee declared on March 16th. Not bad for your boy here, huh? And honestly, this would remain a conspiracy theory. I don't know if I would have made this video if they hadn't come out and confirmed their true motivations.
Typically, the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? Some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to.
That's why it's so funny when people will be like, "Oh, dude, oh, dude, it seems like we're broaching conspiracy theory territory here," and it's like, okay, but you're saying it. Like, why are you allowed to say it as long as everybody understands you're pro-Israel and it's a good thing? But like, when I repeat it, you're like, well, that's it. Some anti-Semitism happening here. It's not Jews, man. It's Israel, okay? That's the most important thing for people to consider here. Like, if fundamentally you think that like Israel is doing this at the behest of Judaism or Jews, you're wrong. Okay?
Shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcasts. So I'd note that's of real interest.
And that's where we are today. China or Israel? I'll let you be the judge.
Yeah, I saw what the ADL boss said about TikTok in the Knesset. What is this? The new anti-Semitism, the Arab global conspiracy. Sure, I'll maybe take a look at it. But also, there's a possible rug pull going on with the Trump coin, which we'll cover in a second. Hold on, let's hear what our boy Michael Penis is saying, though. I'm not gonna watch this, man. I'm not going to watch this, okay? Take an hour off. Please stop spamming it. You know that you're being annoying. Well, you're spamming it because I haven't looked at it. And you also simultaneously have, like, you simultaneously keep saying, like, oh, I'm being annoying, I know, but can you please watch this? Take an hour off.
I think we will enforce the law. And when President Trump issued the Truth Post and said, save TikTok, the way we read that is that he's going to try to force along a true divestiture, changing of the hands, the ownership. It's not the platform that members of Congress are concerned about. It's the Chinese Communist Party and their manipulation of the algorithms. They have been flooding the minds of American children with terrible messages, glorifying violence and anti-Semitism and even suicide and eating disorders.
It's so funny to say this, like, as though Meta didn't have a massive lawsuit in their hands for eating disorders and also anti-Semitism, but Twitter is great.
I mean, crazy kind of stuff. And they're mining the data of American citizens. It's a very dangerous thing. The Chinese Communist Party is not our friend, and we have to make sure this changes hands. I'm really heartened to see that Google and Apple and Microsoft have taken the steps to comply with the law. There needs to be a sale of full divestiture from the Chinese Communist Party. And I think President Trump is the one that can make that deal happen, so we're excited about it. No, I think we will.
Why don't MSM bring up that exact point? Because they're not interested in the truth. What do you mean? Especially as it pertains to Israel, which is an incredibly important foreign policy asset. Okay? When has the American government, or when has the American media apparatus strayed away from State Department propaganda? Never. The answer is never. There's like very rarely do you ever see something that is like overtly critical. Tom Cotton's still talking a big game, saying he's going to ban it. Any company that hosts, distributes services, or otherwise facilitates communist-controlled TikTok could face hundreds of billions of dollars in ruinous liability under the law. Not just from the DOJ, but under securities law, shareholder lawsuits, and state attorney generals. Think about it. So there are still people that are undermining the big dog, Donald Trump. But here, Austin Ox apparently was making the initiative to get me on Xiaohongshu.
有没有见过人们开始谈论 TikTok 北京？人们正在转移到红书或者找红猪，随便你怎么称呼它。
你们他妈的是怎么学会说这么流利又这么快的普通话的？我真他妈的嫉妒！停下吧。
有没有见过？
Yeah, I practiced it.
I told you, TikTok.
Anyway. You have a Taiwanese accent when you try to speak Chinese? I wasn't speaking Mandarin. It was AI. The AI might give me a Taiwanese accent. Okay. We're going to go. I'm going to finish off the TikTok stuff, and then I'm going to go to Gaza ceasefire.
Breaking news from TikTok, the social media app, saying it is in the process of restoring service after going dark for more than 170 million American users late last night. In a statement, the company says President-elect Trump gave it the clarity that service providers would not be penalized. Congress passed the bipartisan bill last April that led to a current banning of TikTok, but it was Trump who signed an executive order, you'll remember, in August of 2020 to step up pressure on the Chinese-owned app to sell to an American company. Now, Trump is saying he wants the U.S. to have a 50% ownership stake between ByteDance or new owners. Joining us now for more on this, cybersecurity and data protection expert Caitlin Sarian. Caitlin, thanks for taking the time and being with us. Let's start by getting your reaction to TikTok's announcement on a restoration of service.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in shock for the last 48 hours. I was in denial. And then last night when it went out, I was in shock and I just kind of stared at my phone. I'm pretty excited to see what happens in the future. And this is looking good for the 170 million of us that are on TikTok. But yeah, I mean, I think it's been a roller coaster of emotions for a lot of us that are content creators on the platform.
So online, you are known as Cybersecurity Girl. You create content specifically educating your viewers on topics like data protection and privacy, things of that nature. Congress and the Supreme Court say this is a national security risk, not necessarily just TikTok, but apps owned by foreign adversaries or companies that are from a foreign adversary. Do you believe Americans' information is really at risk here?
Well, as a cybersecurity professional, you know that everything is a risk, right? You always have to take a risk-based approach. So every service, every website, every app that you use and download, every time you're giving your information to someone, no matter who it is, you have to take a risk-based approach. And for me personally, when I heard back when TikTok was going to partner with Oracle and try to move their services over to the US, I think this was 3.5, almost 4 years ago now, I started feeling more comfortable going on the platform. So before actually...
What? Wait, you're a cybersecurity and data privacy expert, and you think that Americans handling your data is better? This got to be a joke, right? I think she's saying that because it gives her, whenever there's massive data leaks that take place where, regular Americans have their social security numbers leaked or whatever, which happens virtually weekly at this point. She gets to do TikTok videos on it. So she's like, she loves it. She's like, yeah, it's great. I'm so glad. What?
actually didn't go on the platform. I took that risk-based approach. I said, I don't feel comfortable giving my data to China at that moment in time. When I heard that TikTok was starting to partner with Oracle, I decided, hey, my risk-based approach it's okay because I feel like my purpose is bigger and I'm going to be able to reach a larger audience. And that was my risk-based approach. But every single individual has to take that approach, no matter if it's TikTok, whatever app you're using, and just knowing who you're sharing your information with, there's always a risk, especially when it comes to China or other foreign adversaries as well.
Yeah, I think most Americans, I get personal texts to my personal phone from politicians asking me, all sorts of things. Like, everybody gets my information. So I think a lot of Americans are like, wait a minute, everybody has our information. But this is different. This is about foreign adversaries and what they could possibly do. You worked at TikTok, right? I want to know if you think, could you ever?
Wait, I'm sorry. What makes you think if scam sites and, political campaigns can get your phone number without you giving it to them? What makes you think China can't do that? You kind of answered your own question there, where you're like, Americans are pretty, Americans are pretty annoyed with the lack of data privacy in general, but it's basically become like a normal part of our existence at this point. But even without TikTok, yeah, scammers don't share data with the Chinese based on principle.
Ever imagine a day when we'd be at this point?
No. And again, TikTok was always about inspiring creativity and bringing joy. So I actually started my TikTok, and then ironically, I got my job at TikTok from my TikTok. So I grew really well on TikTok for about a year. And then I applied to a job at TikTok because I was so passionate about their mission. And it completely changed my life. And I know it's completely changed so many of my friends around me life. It impacts so many small businesses. It's unbelievable. And it is a little bit ironic that I truly feel like the TikTok app is the American dream, right? It's allowing people to reach worldwide. It's allowing small businesses to expand outside of their small hometowns. It's really bringing in tons of money for American citizens. And so I had such a passion and purpose. I really, really wanted to work there. And seeing all the behind the scenes, I want to preface that I did not work there's two separate TikToks, right? There's a TikTok US, after Trump had stated that he wanted to bring it more to the US or sell to the US. So they started splitting off. There's a TikTok US specifically, and then there's a TikTok Global. And I actually worked at TikTok Global. So I didn't see or touch any of the US data. We were solely focused on everything outside.
Bro, she's a up. She went straight to the heart. Bro, she's Chinese, dude. Wait, what? She said, I'm not even working for TikTok US. That's for the birds. I'm straight up tapped in. Okay. Secretary of the Communist Party of China has me on dial-up.
Of the US, so all the other countries that use TikTok. But the team that I know that worked at TikTok US, like dedicated individuals, ex-FBI, ex-CIA agents, and then they are, again, partnering with Oracle. So I really felt comfortable with them. But again, it's a risk-based decision. Obviously, I don't know what the Supreme Court saw. I think there's a lot of stuff that's going on behind the scenes that I didn't have any privy of seeing, and a lot of the American citizens don't, which is why most of us are very confused and hurt and upset and shocked. But I truly believe that our government is doing this to protect the United States as a whole, even if we might not see it that way. So again, it's hard for me because I see both sides, right? I absolutely love the platform. I've seen how much it impacts people, but I also see the negative side effects of apps and just cybersecurity as a whole. So it's very hard for me to judge. All I know is personally, I don't regret my decision of going on TikTok. It's completely changed my life, and I know it's changed so many other people's lives as well.
Caitlin Sarian, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us about it. I do appreciate it.
Yep, no problem. Thanks for having me.
This morning, President-elect Trump is set to have breakfast with GOP senators before.
Bro, what? Is there any chance that Dems have any plan to mount real opposition to the Trump and Reich? No. So far, it's been looking real bad. What? Oh, yeah. This is from that same Knesset meeting where he said some unhinged ass shit. He said,
We've got to start.
He said that the pager terrorist attack in Lebanon was a genius act combating anti-Semitism, and we need to see more of it or something.
Doing things differently. And the same goes here in Israel. This means that the problem won't be solved by yet another new Knesset task force. It won't be solved by the government just throwing money at the problem. It won't be solved by the IDF spokesperson's unit issuing updated talking points or suddenly using TikTok. Like us in America, you need to adopt new strategies, to experiment with creative tactics, to study the results and scale what works. Maybe it's a whole new IDF unit, call it 8300, to lead this fight. But we need the kind of genius that manufactured Apollo gold pagers and infiltrated Hezbollah for over a decade to prepare for this battle. We need the kind of courage that executed Operation Deep Layer inside Syria and destroyed Iranian missile manufacturing capabilities to undertake this mission. This is the kind of ingenuity and inventiveness that have always been a hallmark of the State of Israel, that have always been a characteristic of the Jewish people. I know we can do it.
Civil rights leader, by the way. An American civil rights leader. It's wild, man.
Laura Trump.
Dana White speaking at the rally. Liberalism is dead. This is true. The problem is what's taking its place is not socialism or anything. It's what's taking its place is just fascism. Liberalism is completely dead. Mm-hmm. The rise of the ultra-right in the U.S. Ultra-right. No, this is, we're so cooked.
For visiting Arlington Cemetery for the changing of the guard and the laying of the wreath.
He then heads to the Capital One Arena to speak at a MAGA victory rally where we are expecting thousands of supporters.
Griff Jenkins is outside of said arena and joins us right now. And Griff, because they canceled the parade, and all those people behind you were going to be at the parade tomorrow, but there is no parade. So they want to be able to see the president, and that's why some of them started standing in line a couple days ago.
That's right. Good morning, Steve. And this crowd is growing here. The weather's not even bad. You can see they are ready for that MAGA victory rally. President-elect Trump's going to speak. Vance is going to speak. Elon's going to speak. They're going to hear from all sorts of musical acts, Kid Rock, the Village people, Billy Ray Cyrus. But let's start talking to people here. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Barbara. I'm from New York.
And why did you come, and are you ready for this rally?
I'm absolutely ready. I went to the MSG rally, but I'm going to tell you something. I came to America 47 years ago yesterday, and now I'm here today to witness, well, tomorrow, the 47th president. You can't make that up.
What does this mean to you?
It means a lot to me because my great-grandfather was a miner, okay? And then my grandmother was born in West Virginia. So then my father came here with my brother. They worked hard, and they brought all of us back to America. And we came here for the better tomorrow the American opportunity, the land of opportunity. That's what we came for.
And you got a tattoo going here too. Where are you from?
I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Why are you here?
I'm Jessup. I'm here for the 47. We made it. We worked really hard to get here. To the people put a mandate, right? So I'm just so proud, and I want to see Trump and make it official.
Did you get that tattoo because of Pete Hegseth?
Pete Hegseth, yeah, you're right. But look I have the 45 right here, and I'm going to put the 47 somewhere.
All right, here. Great to talk to you. Look, come with me for a second, guys. You can see literally this line goes.
Dude, we are so insane. We're just unwell. We are not well, dude. The level of unrestricted, unlimited, unfettered mental illness is out of control, okay? Oh my God. Who is we? We, man. We. America. Americans. Yeah, I'm not speaking French. I'm saying we, bro. This is us. Look. Look in the mirror. And when I say we, when Europeans go we, that's just a you thing. Make no mistake, you have your own version of this. When America gets a cough, Europe catches a cold, okay? If you think that the unlimited brain rot that you're seeing simply stays in the United States of America and doesn't infiltrate your brain waves too, very quickly, as a matter of fact, you got another thing coming. It's so funny, Hasan, being a fascist again. What? There are very few places on the planet. There are very few places on the planet where you're not being impacted by this. Maybe if you live in China, or maybe if you live in like Mexico. But I mean, Mexico is going to be impacted by this too. I just don't know what that brain rot looks like right now in Mexico. Select Latin American countries not as impacted by the brain rot. But many of my audience, much of my audience is in the Western world. You live in Western liberal capitalist democracies, right? Many of you take the social safety nets that you have currently, albeit diminished, for granted. But every other place, every other social, quote unquote, social democracy in Western liberal capitalist nations is going through the same exact fascist shock right now.
4 blocks down here. Look at this. Wait, what's that move right there?
Keep going down, man. It's going to keep going forever and forever down.
All right, we'll keep going. Let's keep going down here. We got people fired up. What's your name? Where are you from? Come here. I'm not going to bite. What's your name?
Jerry Smith.
And you're from North Carolina. Why'd you come?
Just to see President Trump get inaugurated.
What would you say to him if you could talk to him?
I'd say, do a good job, keep God first.
What do you hope is the accomplishment of President Trump? What do you hope this administration brings for you?
I hope that he returns America back to faith, Christianity, and hope for all of the people to have a wonderful life.
All right, so that's a little bit of what this crowd's saying out here. We'll send it back to you guys.
Bro, these guys are all going to hell. Okay. Like, that's what's, dude, being like super hopped up on Christianity fumes and thinking that the Antichrist is your guy is so funny. It'll never not be funny. Just totally ridiculous, dude. Anyway, Gaza ceasefire, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about some good news. The Teflon Don done did it again. Before people yell at me and get mad, obviously I have a a more nuanced approach to this subject matter in terms of like the validity of the ceasefire or how long it will stay and what the impact is going to look like than just simply saying Donald Trump, the man, the myth, the legend, he came in and he did the thing. Okay? Regardless of how much liberals try to say, oh, Hasan is so stupid. He's a Trump supporter now. Let's take a look.
Outside the car, Hamas fighters and a huge crowd. Huddled inside, 3 Israeli hostages. Handed over to the Red Cross on their way back to their families after more than a year in captivity. In Tel Aviv, they'd gathered to watch history unfold.
I just can't believe that this day is finally here and that it didn't come already a long time ago as well. I just can't imagine what these girls have gone through and can't wait to have them back in our arms. I can't explain what we feel. I can't explain. We're like just like a big family. That's all I can feel. I don't know them, but they're like my sisters. I can't explain. It's insane.
Amongst those freed today, Emily Damari, a British-Israeli dual national and a Tottenham Hotspur fan, kidnapped on October the 7th from kibbutz Kfar Aza.
My beautiful, funny and brave daughter, who I love to the moon and back, deserves to come home. I need to hug her again, and I need to see her smile.
Also released, Doron Steinbrecher.
Come on, chat. Chat be like, oh, Tottenham fan. Send her back. Calm down, man. Calm down. This is y'all are fucking stupid. First of all, Ested is a Spurs fan as well. Friend of the show, Ested. Also a Spurs fan. I didn't realize I had so many goddamn gooners in this chat. What the hell is going on? None of you watch this much football, dude.
Veterinary nurse, again from Kfar Aza. And Romy Gonen, shot and abducted at the Nova Music Festival. We spoke to her mother after a previous ceasefire deal collapsed.
We were so sure she will go out at Friday, and it was devastating. To wake up at 4:30 and follow the news and then see there is no list.
In Gaza today, as the ceasefire began, smiles, selfies, and most of all, a sense of relief. Here, they chant patriotic songs. My homeland, you're a paradise. Victory, victory, shout these boys. Some of the widest smiles on the faces of Gaza's paramedics.
I'm sorry, man. How can you not feel how can you not feel elation and joy when you see these people who have gone through the absolute worst thing, like historically imaginable, the absolute worst thing, a genocide, having a sense of having a sense of hope and optimism. Now, on the one hand, I don't feel that this ceasefire will hold in terms of like the first phase into the second phase. I do not trust the Trump administration to actually maintain any sort of maintain any sort of like dignity for the Palestinians in this process. I don't think that they're pro-Palestinian even remotely. But having said that, in this moment, just like I've advocated for Ukraine as well, like a ceasefire brings humanity back. You know what I mean? It's great. Even if you can't actually trust the Israeli side to maintain the ceasefire or whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, look at this. These people, for once, after 400 plus days, do not have to fear that a drone strike could take them out. This is something that none of us will ever understand. Like, we will never be able to understand this level of fear. Like, existing in this situation, existing within the confines of living inside of a concentration camp that is being genocided by an oppressive sovereign state backed by the largest superpower on the planet. So no matter who's doing it, no matter how they're doing it, no matter how they push for it, I will always and forever be grateful for those who seek out peace, even if it is for a brief moment. Okay? So much respect to Donald Trump's golfing buddy, real estate shark, Witkoff, and the Trump administration for, at least in the interim period, pushing for a ceasefire and hostage negotiation that Biden never had the interest of pushing for 15 months of death and destruction. Okay? Now, on the one hand, I mention this with the full recognition that there are probably additional deals that were made to Benjamin Netanyahu in terms of sullying this deal down the line, in terms of giving them more weapons to even bomb Gaza further. Trump wants normalization with Saudi Arabia. West Bank's annexation is a no-go. Yeah. If we haven't already, I think it's important to highlight just how many members of Hamas were able to muster in full uniform with weapons after a massive military operation. Yeah. This, by the way, once again, is a show of force and is basically to tell Israel, like, you didn't do anything. Like, look at this. Like, after 15 months of unlimited maximalist genocide, you still have a standing military with operational procedures, gear. Obviously, they don't wear this gear when they're fighting. This is more so usually symbolic. But it's crazy to think that they just pummeled the Gaza Strip for 15 months. And these guys still have some kind of command structure, operation structure, divisions. They're fully operational. Like, look at that. All Israel did was butcher women, children, and the elderly, causing both Hamas and Islamic Jihad and, you know, the PFLP, DFLP, and numerous other coalition forces that are tasked with the emancipation of Palestine to genuinely increase their ranks. It's not about Hamas. Hamas is all but a name. But if the goal is to end Israeli sovereignty over Palestinians, one, that is a righteous goal. Two, it's an understandable goal. And three, it will take the shape and form of numerous different names but the goal will still remain because the people have a worthy cause. Emancipation is a worthy cause. That's it. That's it. You cannot bomb people into, unless you do a full-blown genocide, like unless you complete the genocide, okay? You are not going to be able to successfully undermine millions of people's interest in emancipation. That's it. One of the most unexpected developments today is that in Yemen TV, the state broadcaster of the Republic of Yemen has journalists embedded inside of Gaza. Here's a Yemen TV journalist asking an Al-Qassam fighter to send a message back home to the people of Yemen. This is a message to this is a message from the resistance fighters to our brothers in Yemen. All our greetings, all our greetings, all our greetings to our people in Yemen. Yemen is a crown on the heads of the people in Gaza. Yemen is a crown on our heads. All greetings to Yemen. All respect to them. Even with full genocide, there's still diaspora. Yeah, I mean, there's still diaspora. Is Hasan an Israel supporter? Brother, what do you think? What a crazy question. Yuck. Anyway, there's still a diaspora, and there's still going to be a ton of people who are going to want, understandably, to go back to their ancestral homelands. Yeah, Jeremy wrote an article. I'll read it as well. But let's continue with this. Bro, they got the social media division going too. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. What is it? Hamas releases a video showing the Israeli hostages. Oh, the hostage release video, you mean? Okay. Let's get back to this is from NTV, but let's get back to where was it? Oh, damn, you got Trump out there too. Let's get back to the coverage here first.
They've spent the past 15 months witnessing unbearable horror. Now, Israel's bombs, at least for the moment, have fallen silent. It's over, he shouts.
I really hope so.
Parading on the streets, Hamas fighters putting on a show of force. Despite the bloodshed, they're trying to portray the fact they're still standing as a victory. We remain. Netanyahu is a failure in the dustbin of history, this man proclaims belligerently. But much of Gaza now resembles an apocalyptic wasteland. Displaced families today began to return to the north of the Strip.
I'll get to Trump in a second.
Ferocious and renewed Israeli offensive in recent months has left destruction as far as the eye can see. Sami Barakat has come to see what's left of the 3 apartments and supermarket his family once owned.
We found the place destroyed, as if it had been hit by an earthquake or a volcano. It's indescribable. This street used to be the most beautiful street in the Jabalia area.
Practically Gaza's entire population has been forced out from their homes. Sami's daughter Aya is wondering whether to pitch a tent on the ruins of their house.
I'm here next to my destroyed house. I look left and right and see nothing that can be salvaged. I'm unable to describe these feelings. No human can. Where will we live? This is the question for which we have no answer.
Some here can barely recognize where their homes once stood.
Another thing that I worry for in the ceasefire interim period is the random criminal elements that Israel gave weapons to in an effort to further destabilize aid distribution and what they will do to take advantage of the structure. But seeing that there is still very clearly a Hamas command and control over the area, hopefully they will be able to create some semblance of order. Because that is the reality, by the way. Like there were literal criminal elements that they were offering American weapons to in an effort to ruin aid distribution. So there will probably be internal instability in the interim period within the Strip that the media will probably portray as like, oh, these are brave forces that are taking matters into their own hands to combat Hamas for the crimes of like what Israel did to Hamas in the upcoming weeks. You'll hear some news coverage on that if it does happen.
Others pick through the debris, looking for any possessions they can find. Still, amidst it all, there's also defiance. Despite the siege and the destruction, says Mina, we will raise the flag of Palestine, no matter the cost, and we will be victorious. For both sides in this awful conflict, there is now a new hope that more hostages will be released, that the war will finally end.
Well, everyone here at Hostage Square hoping to be back here again next week. That's when the next batch of Israeli hostages are due to be released. Meanwhile, currently in the occupied West Bank, preparations underway for the release of around 90 Palestinian detainees. We've already seen dozens of aid trucks entering into Gaza today, delivering much needed vital supplies for people there. At the moment, families in Gaza who've been displaced to the south cannot yet return to the north. They'll be able to do that next week. But there are
they're also not allowing celebrations in the West Bank. It's illegal for the Palestinians to celebrate their family members being returned.
Still concerns about how long this ceasefire will last, particularly whether it will go beyond the first 6-week phase. Ultra-nationalists here in Israel insist on trying to defeat Hamas militarily, whatever that might mean. You can see from the images today, though, the group's still very much on the ground there.
Sec, thanks very much indeed. Well, as you just heard, one of the hostages returned this afternoon is 28-year-old Emily Damari. She was the only British-Israeli citizen still being held by Hamas in Gaza. In the last few minutes, these images of her with her mother have been released. According to witness testimonies from the attack, she was shot in the hand and injured by shrapnel.
What do you mean by not allowed? Exactly what you think I mean. As in, if Palestinian families celebrate their hostages coming back home from the Israeli detention facilities, they will be arrested and put into Israeli detention facilities again. For the record, this isn't new. They did this last time as well. Already, Israeli forces stormed the home of Palestinian hostage Zainab Arbar in Silwan, warning her family against celebrating her expected release on Sunday, enforcing Israel's policy to suppress any expression of joy within Israeli territory. It's so funny. It's like, it sounds stupid, right? Like, it sounds insane. I get it. If you live in America and you hear me say this, you're like, oh, come on, bro. It sounds comically evil. I just want to also let you know, in the upcoming days, we will find out about the harrowing conditions of torture that the Palestinian detainees were subjected to. Whereas, as all things stand, and I'm being 100% as objective as I possibly can, in spite of experiencing a genocide, the Palestinian militancy and their treatment of the hostages across the board, by and large, is infinitely better. You can say that that is because this is their negotiations chip. This is the one thing that they can bargain with. And that's why they had to place a supreme amount of importance on protecting them. And sure, that's part of it. But that still does not change the reality. When Palestinians, if they are lucky enough to come out of Israeli detention, they come out with permanent scars. No, the no happiness rule doesn't exist in Gaza. Gaza is not controlled by Israel. The no happiness and no celebration rule can only be enforced where the Israeli military is. If you are shocked that Israel would rob Palestinians of the joy, exhibiting the joy that they feel for finally seeing their family members again, well, let me tell you, this is normal. Very normal for the way that the Israeli government operates. Why you eat so much fat, so? It's because I need to fuel my muscles. It's what makes your mom, it's what made your mom fall in love with me. All right, let's listen to the next president.
I don't want to say this, it's too braggadocious, but we'll say it anyway. The Trump effect, it's you're the effect. Since the election, the stock market has surged and small business optimism has soared a record 41 points to a 39-year high. Bitcoin has shattered one record high after another. The major investment company,
That's crazy to say while he's doing a shitcoin rug pull.
Properties, has announced that it will be investing between $20 and $40 billion in the United States, and SoftBank, another great company, has pledged between $100 and $200 billion. These are all investments that are only being made because of the fact that we won the election. Can create jobs for hundreds of thousands, even millions of Americans. Today I spoke with Tim Cook of Apple. He said they're going to make a massive investment in the United States because of our big election win.
You are the Trump effect.
And as of today, TikTok is back.
We shouldn't be celebrating decent hostage conditions? No. Did you misunderstand my point? I'm saying that all hostages deserve dignity. The problem is Israel has far too many Palestinian hostages and routinely tortures them, sometimes kills them, while simultaneously claiming that that's what the Palestinians are doing all the time.
Have never won the young vote, the youth vote. They win a lot of votes, but they never won the youth vote. We won the youth vote by 36 points. So I like TikTok. I like it.
See?
I like it. I had a slightly good experience, wouldn't you say? Romney lost it by 40 points.
I told you.
Not so long ago, we won it by 36 points. That's a very big spread. But I said we need to save TikTok. But I said we need to save TikTok. Tremendous. Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people. And I said, you know, TikTok without my approval, meaning the president's approval, because Congress gave the president the right to make a deal, do whatever he wants. And they did that a long time ago when they had a different president. They didn't know that I was going to be the president, I guess. So I said, very simply, a joint venture. So if TikTok is worth nothing, zero, without an approval, you know, if you don't approve, they're out of business, they're worth nothing. If you do approve, they're worth like $1 trillion. They're worth some crazy number. So I said, I'll approve, but let the United States of America own 50% of TikTok. I'm approving on behalf of the United States. So they'll have a partner, the United States, and they'll have a lot of bidders, and the United States will do what we call a joint venture. And there's no risk. We're not putting up any money. All we're doing is giving them the approval, without which they don't have anything. So I don't know. It sounds like that works. What do you think? Good? I think so. So whether you like TikTok or not, we're going to make a lot of money. Perhaps most beautiful of all, this week we achieved an epic ceasefire agreement as a first step toward lasting peace in the Middle East. And this agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November. That was some victory. Was that great? I don't even know which was greater, 2016 or this one. I think this one. Look, Honest Abe Lincoln. We have Honest Abe. We have Uncle Sam. You know, Uncle Sam shook my hand about 2 months ago. He's got the strongest grip I've ever. You are a strong man. I said, what the hell was that? But I'm glad to report that the first hostages have just been released. And who knows what's going to happen? I know that Biden is saying that they made the deal. Well, you know. I mean, that deal should have done. First of all, it would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. There was not even a thought of it. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money. They were broke, totally broke, and they would have never done anything. But they did it, you know. I like to think back to the past. I said, if only the election weren't rigged, all the things that would have happened that would have been so good, but it was. We're not going to let that happen again. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff, who I think is here. I know he made a beautiful speech. I heard he made a great speech. But he's an amazing guy. I said, I got to get myself a negotiator. We have to get a good negotiator. A lot of guys are knowledgeable, but they can't negotiate. They don't have the personality or whatever. And Steve does, and Steve's a great negotiator, very successful guy. But he's our new special envoy to the Middle East for helping reach this great breakthrough, and really couldn't have been done without Steve. Where is Steve Witkoff? Is he around here someplace? Because he was so great. There he is. Hello, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. What a job. Our incoming administration has achieved all of this in the Middle East in less than 3 months without being president. We've achieved more without being president than they've achieved in 4 years with being president. But just imagine all of the good things that we will accomplish together with 4 more years in the White House, and we're going to do a lot of things. You're going to see something tomorrow. You're going to see executive orders that are going to make you extremely happy. Lots of them. Lots of them. We have to set our country on the proper course. By the time The sun sets tomorrow evening. The invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home. Think of it. We've allowed millions and millions of people into our country through open borders, no checks, no vetting, no anything. Millions and millions of people. And lots of those people are murderers. 52% of them killed more than one person. Other than that, they're quite fine. They're nice people. These are rough people. Remember, I used to say these people are rough. And they would say, no, no, these are illegal immigrants. They're very safe. I said, they're not safe. Look at what's happened with Venezuela, where they're sending these gangs in and they're taking over apartment complexes in Colorado and then cutting off the fingers of a man who...
Oh, it begins. Project 2025 begins.
...desire to call the police. He said, you want to call the police?
Hilarious. It is a Trump Gold Blend ad on the side, too.
People, and they're getting the hell out of our country. They're out. The border security measures I will outline in my inaugural address tomorrow will be the most aggressive, sweeping effort to restore
an incredible,
our borders the world has
a record
ever
number.
seen. You know, we had the best, safest
record number of executive orders coming in on day one.
Remember that with the great chart that I put up. I don't even know if they have that chart now. Maybe they do. These guys are good. Maybe they do. Who the? I don't know. I didn't tell them I was going to do this. I didn't tell, but we have some very good people, but I didn't say. But we had a chart, and I looked to my right, and then they said, ooh, that was it. That hurt. What the hell was that? I still have that throbbing feeling in my ear. Oh, there it is. Look at it. These people are amazing. I didn't tell them I was doing that. That's fantastic. Yeah, it's all over the place. I love that. That is the most beautiful piece of paper I've ever seen in my life.
You played a part on it with memeing? I played a part of what? Trump winning? Is that what you're saying? Like I played a formative role in Trump's electoral success? Because after his election success, he did two things that I said he was most likely going to do, even before the election. You're right. That's right. I'm a Trump supporter. I love Donald Trump.
And continued, and we're taking in people that shouldn't be here. They come in from prisons, from jail.
You don't want ever the argument to be saying the truth makes you a Trump supporter. That's a self-goal, okay? That's a self-own for no reason. Never associate telling the truth if Donald Trump says does something that is correct, even for the interim period. Covering that objectively should never be associated with being a Trump supporter. Because if you do that, you automatically give Trump another W, okay? That's it. It's a self-own for no reason. So if you come in here as a 68-month subscriber of mine and say, Hasan, because of your objective reporting on this, okay, like the role that Trump played in both the ceasefire and also in the stay of execution for TikTok at least 90 days into the future, makes you a Trump supporter, makes me feel like you guys are doing the same thing that Israel supporters do, where they associate Israel's most violent actions with Judaism. To the uninitiated who isn't as interested in partisan politics as you are, you look silly. You look stupid. You give Trump additional credit for no reason.
Saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect.
Jay's got to be salivating at this. He's like, this is great, great stuff.
And was paroled and released into the country
by the Biden administration.
If they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Martinez and Angel wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck.
Is this real? In every single fiscal year since Joe Biden has taken office, there's been around like 20 plus cases of manslaughter and murder. Like, you know, accidental manslaughter, including like vehicle accidents, stuff like that. And this propaganda, I suspect, features every single high profile incident. Like almost all of them. Okay. In this last year, there was 29 total instances of manslaughter and murder. 29. 29, not like 290, not 29,000. What's the source on this? The Department of Homeland Security. This is numbers that come directly from ICE. That's where the source is for the number.
Into our country. Many other places the same. I would have done the same if I headed up any of the countries. I know most of those guys are smart. They're leaders. They are smart, streetwise people. As soon as I heard they were going to have open borders, I said, if you do
believe
that,
them?
every prison all over the world is going to be...
You're right. The Department of Homeland Security is also woke. Is that the argument now? That they're woke too? And that's why they're lying about the numbers? Customs and Border Patrol is lying about the numbers. It's right here. Homicide and manslaughter, 29 in the fiscal year 2024. 29 in the fiscal year 2023. In the fiscal year 2022, 62. Fiscal year 2021, 60. Okay? As opposed to the overall homicide and manslaughter number across the board. Like the actual number of Americans dying or like instances of homicide and manslaughter happening on U.S. soil in these same years is infinitely higher, like 20,000. Okay. So they contribute, undocumented migrants contribute an incredibly low number. Okay. That's why it's so crazy that Republicans actively lie and say these guys are all criminals and they're doing incredible amounts of murder. But it's still a non-zero number. Yeah, of course it's a non-zero number. Undocumented migrants are not like a hive mind, number one. And number two, of course it's a non-zero number. Everyone is capable of doing manslaughter or homicide. But if your goal is to lower the number of murders, which is what every government's role should be, okay, then hyper-focusing on undocumented immigrants is the stupidest thing you can do. Yeah, also, this is non-citizens. So it's not even just like undocumented migrants. It's actually also legal migrants as well. Legal and illegal total number. $24,000 murders and homicides, manslaughter overall. 29 out of the 24,000 was non-citizens, as in legal immigrants and illegal immigrants. 29 overall. Tell me how that, like, deporting 20 million people is going to reduce the number of homicides in this country. It's not.
Of government efficiency, headed by a gentleman named Elon Musk, who's here.
Oh, also they kicked out Vivek.
Who the hell he is.
Vivek is out now, so it's just Elon on Doge.
Did you see his rocket yesterday? It was captured. And X is with him. X. Come on, Eli, say a couple of words.
Okay.
I can't believe that's Grimes' child.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, little X just followed me on the stage here. He's a very enthusiastic supporter.
He's like, please don't kill me. I have a son. I have a baby. Please. Please.
So
this is my little human shield X.
We're looking forward to making a lot of changes, and you know this victory is the start, really. What matters going forward is to actually make significant changes, cement those changes, and set the foundation for America to be strong for a century, for centuries, forever.
Oh my God.
So, and make America great again. Yeah. So, yeah. So anyway, we're gonna do great things here. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
U.S. flag.
You know, I always say we have to be protective of our geniuses because we don't have too many, but that one is a good one. Now, I watched his rocket come down about...
Bro, I'm not... This is why, by the way, what you just saw right there is the reason why I was like, it can't be Adrian Dittman. Adrian Dittman can't be Elon Musk. Because that's how Elon Musk operates. That's how he talks.
Beautifully came down. It's tumbling. It's a mess. It's going down. I say, oh, look at that thing. That's a disaster. And then it gets like a couple of miles away from Earth, and all of a sudden the engines start going on, the things start, and then I see it coming in and landing in the gantry, and I'm watching it. I'm saying, oh, it's going to crash. Oh, but those engines came out and they blew the fire all over the place. And all of a sudden, those two big arms came and hugged it like you would hug your little baby. And that sucker landed it. Nobody's been able to do that but him. And he's a great guy. And we have him and Vivek and some great people working on a thing called costs. And he's got the credibility to do it, too.
Vivek is literally out. Vivek is out at Doge, from what I understand.
But he went out to Pennsylvania after that. He landed that rocket nobody had ever seen. By the way, China can't do it. Russia can't do it or come close. It'll be 10 years before they can do it. And the U.S. can't do it except for him. And it's pretty amazing. But he did that, and then he journeyed to Pennsylvania, where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania. And he's a popular guy, and he was very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote-counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon. And his son's name, who's cute as a button, his son's name is X. He's the only guy who could get away with the name X.
Yeah, Vivek is
out. His
out.
son is a great guy. One thing we know, his son is smart. If you believe in the racehorse theory, he's got a nice, smart son. But thank you very much to Elon and everybody. We've had so much help.
Talking about his semen, dog. If you believe in the racehorse theory, his father is smart, his son, his semen is strong.
Take the oath of office. Oh, you're going to have a lot of fun watching television tomorrow. Somebody said yesterday, sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks.
Unexpected eugenics? How is it unexpected, dog? Come on. You're watching the Fourth Reich. Eugenics is the most expected part of this conversation.
You know that old story. Let's do it later. Then it never gets.
It's like saying, an unexpected amount of neo-Nazi propaganda that's coming out of the Jumbotron there. Talking about how brown people are scary and dangerous.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates all across the government. and private sector and return our country to the merit system. You know, the Supreme Court ruled that the United States is allowed to go by the merit system, which is what made us great in the first place. That was a big ruling that a lot of people don't even know about, but it was a big, tremendous ruling. And you're focusing on character, competence, and qualifications in all hiring decisions. Now you're allowed to go by competence and ability and genius. You don't have to hire somebody to send up one of his rocket ships that doesn't know anything about what's happening. As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government documents, and in the coming days, we are going to make public remaining records relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy, as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and other topics of great public interest. It's all going to be released, Uncle Sam. And I will direct our military to begin construction of the great Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will all be made in the USA. And we will get wokeness the hell out of our military immediately and make it like it used to be.
Soldiers.
Take a look at this.
You little scumbag! I got your name! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the number!
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month, and actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face! Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face! Now let me see your war face! Ah! Bullshit! You didn't convince me! Let me see your...
Okay, this is why you can't, I'm convinced now, you can't make an anti-war movie. It's impossible.
You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are pukes. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking being. You are nothing but unorganized.
Yeah, hey guys, I wonder what happens in this movie, like, which is not real, it's a movie, but I wonder what happens in the movie.
The best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress.
You want to know something really funny about this? Soldiers Doing Drag is literally a classic, okay? Like, getting upset at soldiers doing drag is so funny because soldiers, there's never been a time period in history where a unit has not done drag, okay? Here, let me show you a time period. Let me show you a time period when our military was at its best. GIs as dolls. World War II, ladies and gentlemen. The last time that the American military was actually engaging in truly anti-fascist action. And here they are. Doing drag. That's what's so funny about this is like the idea that like, oh man, like, oh, look at our gay ass military now. It's like, okay, dude, sure.
To restore the spirit of American Armed Forces, I have appointed Pete Hegseth as our next Secretary of Defense. Where's Pete? Where's Pete? Pete's here someplace. Where is he?
Why were they
Good
doing
job,
it fun,
Pete.
etc.? Yeah, for fun.
They like you.
Drag, and you know, doing this kind of like dress up shit is so normal, and it's so like the last 4 years of the Republican Party making this like a big issue that Donald Trump himself entertained drag when Rudy Giuliani was in drag and Donald Trump walked up to him and like smelled his boobies and whatnot. Like, there's a video of that out there from the 2000s. It's not a thing. This is not like a real issue. He motorboated Rudy Giuliani. Yeah. Vetbot Gaming is right. The military is the most homoerotic organization in America, sometimes in a bad way, too.
She will do an incredible job, and she's working with another person who's going to be unbelievable at the FBI, Kash Patel.
With Donald Trump.
You know, you're really beautiful.
The spoof was filmed 16
And tomorrow,
years ago
everybody in this very large arena will be very happy
so it was all
with my
fun.
decision on the J6 hostages.
It's new. It's new shit. This whole like anti-drag meta is 100% a new invention for the Republican Party. Okay? Okay, you didn't have to play this video? No, I will always play that video.
They're up here someplace in one of those beautiful boxes, and their team is doing very well, and Ovechkin is a great player, right? But I want to thank Ted and all of the owners for allowing this to take place. It was really great, and thank you. It's a hell of an operation, great place, fantastic arena. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, everybody. At Homeland Security, we will have a tough leader in Kristi Noem, and we will have an outstanding Secretary of Transportation in Sean Duffy, Congressman Sean Duffy. Great people. And we're going to win so much that Governor Burgum of the Interior, you know, Governor Burgum, one of the best governors in the country, is in
We're still
charge
alive.
of
The dream is not
Department of
dead.
the Interior.
Burgamaniacs, rise
and
up.
the hottest man
Dakota,
anywhere
rise
in
up.
the world for
One
energy.
united Dakota,
When I
rise
announced
up.
him, people couldn't believe it. You didn't hear
Under
of
the
him, but if
watchful
you're in
gaze of the
energy
bird.
business, he's considered the absolute best. Mr. Chris Wright of the Energy Department. He's going to head up the Energy Department. He's the hottest guy in there is. Anybody in the energy business, they said, I can't believe you got Chris Wright. And a man named Marco Rubio is going to be our great future Secretary of State. And Howard Lutnick, a tremendous success on Wall Street, is going to be our Secretary of Commerce. They have to go through these drills, but they're going to. And I want to thank the Republican senators. They've been doing great. And John Thune has been doing a great job in moving the process along quickly. We're going to have a lot of them hopefully approved very quickly. And a very special woman, Linda McMahon, is going to be our future Secretary of Education, which we're going to be giving back to the states. Let the state run education. I said to Linda, Linda, I'm making you the Secretary of Education, but if you do a great job, you will put yourself out of a job because you're going to be sending it back to the states. And she's fantastic, and her staff, which has been largely hired, is fantastic. And all of the other leaders will come to me and they're going to say, do you remember I used to do this for fun? But it's really not fun, it's fact. Because we have to do some of best of, right? But they're going to come and say to me, sir, we're winning too much, sir. We can't take it anymore. We have to stop winning, sir. We can't do it. We're not used to winning in our country. And each one of them is going to say, every single one, sir, please, please, you're destroying our country. We're winning too much. Our country isn't prepared for this. They're not used to winning, sir. And I'll say, no, Linda and everybody, we're not going to stop winning. The people of our country want us to keep on winning, and we're going to go win like never, ever before. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to be doing it, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is having a heart attack down here. Look at him. Uncle Sam is going wild. And they think I pay for these people. I have no idea who he is. All I know is he does. And there's Abe Lincoln. Thank you, honest Abe. I have no idea. I swear, I have no idea who the hell he is. but he looks like Abe. He's probably a little bit shorter, in all fairness. Abe was 6'6". He's a little bit shorter. He's about a foot shorter. Other than that, he's perfect. Thank you, Abe. In addition to the most talented cabinet ever assembled, and we think we're hearing things like that, we will be supported in our mission by countless wonderful American patriots. First, let me thank my incredible family, and I want to thank in particular somebody that headed up the Republican Party, along with Mike, the two of them, Lara Trump, who you saw before, who produced those two beautiful children. Lara Trump is unbelievable. She was the chairman of the Republican Party, and nobody ever said, oh, gee, it's a family member. They actually said, how the hell did you get her to do it? And she did a phenomenal job. We had a minimum of cheating. We watched them like a hawk. Where is Lara? Where the hell is she? Because she did some job. See, she wants to be nice and quiet. She's here someplace. Thank you, Lara. Thank you very much, hon. She's phenomenal. The job she did, and her son, who was up. Didn't they do a beautiful job? The son and the daughter. How many young kids know that one? They don't know that one. But her husband is somebody I'm very proud of. He's doing a great job. He's been subpoenaed more than any human being in history, I believe. Every day he'd get a subpoena from Congress on something, oh, bullshit. But he'd get a subpoena. He's got a PhD in subpoenas. But he did a fantastic job. And Don, you know all about Don, how he did. He's great. He's very popular, too. He knows a lot about guns, I want to tell you that. We had, by the way, I have to tell you, we had great support from every gun group, including the NRA, which really worked hard. And Ivanka and Jared are here, and Tiffany and Michael are here, and Barron and my 10 incredible grandchildren, and another one coming through Tiffany. And of course, I want to thank our next Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, wherever he may be. There's a lot of people. Wherever the hell he is, he's here someplace. It's a lot of people. It's a little tough when you say, where is he? You know, you got a lot of people in here. But J.D. Vance has been extraordinary. And he's got an unbelievable wife, the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance. So, Usha, thank you very much. It's a beautiful couple, great people. We're also pleased to be joined tonight by Hulk Hogan, the Hulkster. The Hulkster. One thing, it's not hard to find him. All he has to do is stand up and you say, there he is. But he's great. And Kid Rock, wow. Kid Rock is a friend of mine.
Wow. Kid Rock,
he's a friend of mine for a long, long time. He did that thing on Budweiser. Budweiser will never be the same when he did the gun with the MAGA hat.
This is the president,
that was
dude.
The commercial
what are we
that everybody
doing?
Saw.
Kid did
also
a
with
rock.
us tonight is a great actor, tremendously talented guy, John Voight, who's great, and a friend of mine. And Sylvester Stallone is here. Great guy. And you know, I got Mel Gibson, Sylvester Stallone, and John Voight to become ambassadors to Hollywood, California, to put it back on track. So they're all ambassadors. You have to refer to them as ambassador, Mr. Ambassador. And a man who's got an army of young people, Charlie Kirk, is here. And I want to thank Charlie. Charlie is fantastic. I mean, this guy, don't believe the stuff when you hear the kids are liberal. They're not liberal. Maybe they used to be, but they're not anymore. You got to see how many people are for us. And I want to thank Megyn Kelly. She's been terrific. She's been really great. And Billy Ray Cyrus. And Lee Greenwood, wow, has he been something. What a song and what a man. And you know, by the way, these microphones. You see the microphones? I said, what the hell are those microphones doing standing behind me? You're going to have a little special treat at the end of this speech. I don't want to tell you because you'll rush me off the stage. Get off the stage. But you have a little special treat, and I won't tell you, but let's put it this way. It's the people that 30 years ago had a hot song, never hit #1, hit #5. But 30 years later, it hit #1 week after week. And they're here to sing. They're here to sing. For you. And you won't recognize them. They're slightly larger than they used to be, but that's the way life goes. We can all tell you, that's the way life goes. There's nothing we can do about that. Sebastian Gorka, stand up, Sebastian. I see Sebastian here. There's a patriot. He's been with me through thick and thin, right, Sebastian? Now he's with the administration. Thank you. Great guy.
Another Nazi, by the way.
And again, I want to thank Elon for what he did in Pennsylvania. He worked
Not that it matters. Not that it matters, obviously, because, you know, as long as they're pro-Israel, it's fine. But, like...
A man who literally
had to be pushed aside the first time around because he was wearing a Vitesse Rend pin to the Trump inauguration last time around, who quite literally, and Mel Gibson too, obviously, but like wearing a Vitesse Rend pin to the Trump inauguration is so insane, so diabolical, because they actively hunted Jews in Hungary. Okay? Like he was wearing his granddaddy's pin. Nazi, are you stupid? Yes, I am not stupid. I think if you're wearing the pin of a unit that collaborated with the Nazi with the Nazi government, with the Nazi forces to hunt down Jews, yeah, I think it's normal to call that person a Nazi. Who can I call a Nazi then? What the hell?
Name them. No. Do you want me to name governors, senators, and Congress people? No. I thought you were going to say that. Sorry, governors. No, but we appreciate all of the
people at this point are like, you know who was who's the only Nazi? Adolf Hitler. No one else.
And our Senate Republicans have been unbelievable, and the governors are unbelievable. The job they're doing.
Only Adolf Hitler was a Nazi.
Of the crime-ridden cities,
and even then he was misunderstood.
25, every single one of them is run by a Democrat. Does that tell you something?
Yeah, only Adolf Hitler was a Nazi, and actually he was a socialist.
Cities. Tonight, I also want to send our love to everyone affected by the terrible wildfires raging in California. We're praying for you all. We love you all. We're going to be there very soon. I'm going to go out there on Friday to see it and to get it moving back. We're going to get some of the best builders in the world, and we'll get it moving back. And I also want to pay my respects to the great people of North Carolina. You know, I won it every single time. And they've been treated very badly. FEMA almost didn't know it existed. And we're going to get North Carolina rocking and rolling, okay? We're going to get them rocking and rolling. They've been treated very badly as a state. Together we will rebuild Los Angeles better, more beautiful than ever before. We're going to get it going. We have the best builders in the world. It's the only people that could do it. Nobody else knows what the hell they're doing. And in 2028, the Los Angeles Olympics will be one of the great sporting events and patriotic celebrations in history. I was with Gianni, the head of the Olympics, and because of the wildfires, they're going to do a special job. They're going to really do something very special on the Olympics. And the opposite, some people said, oh, maybe the Olympics can't go there. It turned out just the opposite. They came to see me the other day, and the committee, and it's just the opposite. So the Olympics is great. And Johnny, for the others, you know, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. You know, I got both of them. I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup. And I said, you know, it's too bad. One was in 2026 and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election and now we won. So I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup. And everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time. We have another thing happening. 250 years. A celebration like no other. 250 years. And that's going to be taking place next year. So we have a lot of big events coming. And everything we do everything. We take it very, very seriously. But what do we do more than anything else? We put America first. And it all starts tomorrow when I raise my hand on the Bible to be sworn as we'll be sworn in tomorrow.
Yeah,
we're all going to be sworn in together. That's the way I look at it. It's not me, it's you. Greatest of all time. So we will be sworn in tomorrow. I'll be representing you as your 47th President of the United States. And just in conclusion, together, we're going to cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, getting them back down, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to the USA, right where they belong, and that'll be done through tariffs and smart policy. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening, and you have no idea how close we are. We will crush violent crime in our cities and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military again. We did it. We rebuilt our entire military. And then they gave billions and billions of dollars of it to, you remember, to the Taliban. They gave it to the Taliban. They gave our military equipment, a big chunk of it, to the enemy. Do you know that we pay billions of dollars a year? Do you know this? Does anyone know this? To Afghanistan? Do you know that? And I say, if we're going to pay billions of dollars a year, tell them we're not going to give them the money unless they give back our military equipment that these poor, stupid people allowed for them to have. So we'll give them a couple of bucks. We want the military equipment back. We will rebuild our once great cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we want to make this city again safe. We don't want people coming to Washington and getting mugged, shot, killed. We're going to stop it. Law enforcement, and they have very good police here, but they have to be allowed to do their job. We're going to stop it. We're going to beautify it. We're going to make it the most beautiful capital in the world. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And always remember, this is so easy, this will be done tomorrow. We will keep men out of women's sports. It's over. I will defend religious liberty.
We're so good.
I will restore free speech.
We're so
I will
good.
defend the right to keep and bear arms. We're going to defend that right. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and that will take place tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Everyone in our country will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope, and also filled with a thing called the American dream that you don't hear much about anymore. For the past 9 years, you and I fought side by side against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. And in our magnificent victory on November 5th, you showed them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation
Can we please move on?
Belongs to...
Can we please move on? This is nothing new. It's depressing, scary, and giving his speech a large platform. You're right. I'm giving the next president of the United States of America a large platform. You know, Asmongold is also watching this speech, and he has 20,000 more people watching the speech with him. You know what I mean? Just get ready for the new reality in the United States of America. Okay? Every single social media platform is going to be right-wing. So if you're still holding on to this like idiotic, idiotic old hat liberal, I'm uncomfy right now for hearing Donald Trump statements. Just get used to it. You know, you're going to see a lot more of it, and not only are you going to see a lot more of it, it is going to harm you. You know, you can't just like close your eyes to the growing fascist movement in this country.
American astronauts.
And hope it goes away, because it's not going to go away.
It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And 75 days ago on November 5th, it was hardworking patriots like you who saved our country. You saved our country. Now, after all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we all love so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever, ever surrender. We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again.
Asmongold's always been a larger content creator than me, so it's not even remotely shocking.
Strong again. We will make America
so I think it's just a broader trend that's also a broader trend that we're seeing all across the country in every single social media platform is that if you are center right or right wing, or at least like more open-minded to right-wing values and present yourself as that, you will see tremendous success. If you consider this to be a new phenomenon, well, you haven't really been paying attention. Yep, here it is. We'll make America strong again. We're saying cooked in this chat. They're saying based in Asmon's chat, listening to the speech, the vibe is very different. Yeah, I mean, it's also a moment of celebration for a lot of right-wingers, you know? So let them celebrate for the time being. This happened last time around as well. When Donald Trump won the first time around, right-wingers danced all around town, got super excited, super stoked. And I think it took a couple years, but you know, people very clearly unmute it. Man, shut the fuck up. I'm making an important point right now. Oh my God. I'm shutting off chat. Yikes. Okay. One thing that a lot of people will very quickly realize, or maybe given enough time, they will inevitably realize, is that Donald Trump comes into power. He says he's going to start deporting all the migrants or whatever, and that is going to somehow lead to genuine material improvements for people's lives. But when rent stays the same or gets more expensive, when egg prices go up, right? When all of that happens, even after, all of these deportations start taking place, people are going to recognize, they're going to be forced to recognize the reality that maybe all of this stuff that Trump promised wasn't a reality at all. Some of which will double down. These people, always have a tendency to double down. It's a cult-like desire. But for many others, they're going to look for a reason. Slowly but surely, they'll fall out of favor. They'll fall out of interest with politics in general. The biggest issue here is that there is no competent counterbalance, no competent counterweight to drive people in the direction of who's causing the actual harm. That is the reason why I'm so critical of the Democratic Party and regularly shit on the Democratic Party. And the current duopoly that we have in the American government, it's supposed to be the Democratic Party that actively pushes back against this, that tries to create some kind of defense against the Republicans actively undermining marginalized communities, painting them as the villains because they're an easy target to paint. Your shirt is gay? Yeah, I wore it so I could fuck your dad. He loved it. Your dad is gay. I'm your stepdad now. Yeah, you're disowned. You got two dads now. This Village People thing right after the military video sure is something. Yeah, they get to be gay. They own all of it, okay? Just like Trump gets to be kind of sympathetic to China at times. Because he has a lot of confidence. He entertains a lot more confidence from his base of support. Why does he entertain a lot more confidence from his base of support? Why don't the Democrats have this same level of confidence? It's not because the Republicans are too stupid. I mean, sure, that is a factor in this as well. Okay. But it's not just because the Republicans are stupid and Democrats are too brilliant. And that's why they're constantly critical of their administration. It's because he gives them things. Okay. He gives them stuff. He gives them treats. He gives them, he understands what they want and he offers it to them. In many instances, what they want is cruel, but he's not shy about enforcing that cruelty. But that's it. That's it. It's because Fox News won't spin that narrative about him. I'm sorry. Did MSNBC spin a negative narrative about Joe Biden? No. But what happened? Like, liberal media actively made it seem as though Joe Biden wasn't a carcass. Okay? Throughout the last 4 years, this is the best of their ability. Okay? That's more than you would expect. And what good did that do? What good did that do? He's sharp as a tack. He's having the most sex with his wife, Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden. There's only so much propaganda that you can do. Propaganda cannot outflank actual policy. If the Democrats always and consistently refuse to offer its base things that they demand, things that are ultimately good too, then yeah, they're not going to be able to entertain broad support. Now let's take a look at the executive actions. Close the border to all illegal aliens via proclamation and declare a national emergency at the border. By the way, no national emergency for climate change. A national emergency for people crossing the border. Direct designations of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Oh boy. Reinstitute remain in Mexico, end catch and release, and direct the military to construct a new phase of the border wall. Fully unleash Alaskan energy. Terminate Biden policies that have constrained U.S. supply. Just giving a nice little gift to his main corporate backers, the oil and gas industry, as he said he would. Drill, baby, drill. Return federal workers to in-person work. Strengthen control over senior government officials and implement a new merit-based hiring review. Suspend security clearances for the 51 national security officials who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop ahead of the 2020 presidential election. This is so funny. That last part, this one is like probably one that will get a lot of play on MSNBC because half of them probably are MSNBC commentators. But it is such a funny and ultimately very petty thing that he's doing. I also don't really care about this part at all, but hilarious nonetheless. And all DEI programs across the federal government. Establish a new Department of Government Efficiency hiring freeze. Declare a national energy emergency and pause all offshore wind leases. Withdraw from the player. He's withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord again. We're so cooked, dog. We are so cooked. Direct all agencies and departments to remove all federal actions that increase costs for families and consumers. No, like climate change is now, make no mistake, climate change is increasingly going to be considered a Chinese thing, okay? If you care about climate change, you're an agent of China, and China is a foreign adversary. Just understand that. Renewable energies is a Chinese thing, okay? If you push for renewable energies, if you even bring up the fact that climate change is destroying this country, you're Chinese. You have to go to jail. It is so obvious to me that the United States of America has completely, the United States of America has always been captive to corporate interests, specifically the oil and gas industry's interests. But it is obvious to me that we're just going to flip the table that we're playing this game on rather than try to play the game because China is winning in terms of renewable energy. Oil and gas, fossil fuels are of a finite supply. Okay, it's not infinite. So instead of investing into research and development and battery technologies and trying to improve and create a reliable, sustainable, and efficient renewable energy infrastructure, we are actively going to undermine those initiatives because we realize here in the United States of America that China is dominating in that sector. They all but have a monopoly on a lot of the minerals that are necessary, like a lot of the rare earth metals that are necessary to have, any kind of infrastructure for batteries. China also dominates the tech. So not only do they have a stranglehold on the supply, they also have made a lot of initiatives in working to create newer technology, more efficient ways of using renewable energy. So instead of trying to outcompete China, we've just given up on it entirely. And instead of trying to outcompete China on renewable energy, we are just straight up going in the opposite direction. I think America would rather see the entire world burn than allow China to be the leader in renewable technology and try to combat climate change. This administration is going in that direction. Like, yeah, a Hannibal directive, if you will. We'd rather nuke the planet than let China be the new hegemonic power that leads the world away from impending doom in terms of climate collapse. I mean, that was almost word for word the David Shore tweet. I mean, yeah, the Democrats certainly were on board with this mentality as well. That is a principle of Shoreism. What did he say? What was his tweet? It was like, I would much rather see climate catastrophe than let China be the dominating force in energy production. Instead of the Hannibal directive, no one gives a shit about climate change. Is too far gone, idiot. Okay. Okay, man. I've never been a Trump alarmist like the resistance people, but I'm genuinely shocked at how much better his foreign policy is shaping up to be than Biden's. Oh yeah, here are some choice quotes from this article that I had in front of us. Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, is considering a visit to the Gaza Strip amid the ceasefire deal. Steve Witkoff, Trump's envoy to the Middle East, plans to be a near constant presence in the region in an attempt to prevent the deal from unraveling. 90 Palestinian prisoners are being freed right now, live on Al Jazeera. Well, it's Al Jazeera Arabic, though. Anyway, remember, there's a lot of people, radicals, fanatics, not just from the Hamas side, from the right wing of the Israeli side, who are absolutely incentivized to blow this whole deal up, the transition official said. Visiting Gaza would allow Witkoff to see for himself what the dynamics are there, rather than taking Israel's or the Palestinians' word for it, the official said, adding, you got to see it, you got to feel it. While managing the current phase of the deal and negotiating the next, Trump and his team also are contending with longer-term solutions. If we don't help the Gazans, if we don't make their life better, if we don't give them a sense of hope, there's going to be a rebellion, the transition official said. It's so sad that, like, someone being truthful about the situation, like, the bar is so low that someone just being like, yeah, dog, you know, we have to give Palestinians a sense of hope so that they don't, you know, revolt, is seen as this, you know, incredible effort in diplomacy. The standard was set so low by the Democratic Party, it's crazy. Because the Democratic Party's envoys in the region were just like so insanely slanted in the Israeli direction. Just so insanely. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe my eyes that they are allowing the Republicans to outflank them on this issue. The question of how to rebuild Gaza remains, as well as where some of the 2 million Palestinians can be relocated in the meantime. Indonesia, for instance, is among the locations under discussion for where some of them could go, the transition official said. Even the questions of whether Gaza will be willing to relocate is up in the air. The idea of relocation is deeply controversial among Palestinians and fellow Arabs. Many believe that relocating will be the first step in Israel forcing them off their land. Exactly. Exactly. They would rather stay there in the rubble than go to like Indonesia. That's crazy. At the moment, however, the issue of getting aid into Gaza that's required in the first phase of the ceasefire deal remains a challenge. Israel maintains concerns that Hamas takes a portion of any aid that's allowed into Gaza, and the humanitarian crisis there is dire. It's crazy because, like, they're even in this process, mainstream media is still doing the bidding of Israel by being like, no, you don't understand. If we give these people aid, then that aid is going to reach the hands of bad guys. Okay, we just can't. We can't feed the starving people, the starving population of Gaza. Yeah, how about they relocate to Israel? It's right there. And that would create an additional incentive for Israel to rebuild or allow the rebuilding process to happen as expeditiously as possible. Witkoff, a real estate developer who has known Trump for decades, went into negotiations for a deal, joining President Joe Biden's team that's been working toward it for more than a year with a singular directive from Trump. The transition official said, get the hostages home, and if you don't, come back and explain why. The window for achieving the agreement was narrower than it had ever been. Not only had Trump set a deadline January 20th when he said to be sworn in office, which had not been done in previous rounds of negotiation, several additional hostages had died in the preceding weeks as temperatures in the region got colder and conditions continued to deteriorate, the transition official said. Trump's close allies with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as the threat that he would not stop Israel from further bombing Gaza if there was no deal, also hung over the process. Yeah. Witkoff was in search of a reality check from Netanyahu about what he was willing to do and candidly told him what was needed to get to an agreement, including for Israel to send a high-level representative to the negotiations in Doha who could make decisions in real time, the transition official said. He essentially conveyed to the prime minister, if you're not intent on making a deal, then tell me, and I'll get on the plane and I'll go home. In discussions with Israeli officials, he also didn't hesitate to point out that all that Trump had done for Israel in his first term, Trump moved the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, recognized the Golan Heights as Israeli territory, and cut U.S. aid for the Palestinians. At times in his discussions with Israeli officials, he also pointed to Trump's willingness to take political heat to get a deal and implored the Israelis to do the same. To Hamas, the message delivered through the Qataris was, unless you're prepared to die, tell me why you don't see this as the deal that could ultimately lead to the end of the war. So right now that the ceasefire has been implemented, we have to pay close attention to what Israel does in the interim. And also, as the 42 days are up, it is going to get increasingly more stressful. So we shall see what happens. Senator Ron Johnson tells reporters Trump is talking of tariff revenue as much as $1 trillion. Johnson says he's trying to talk Trump out of it, but he doesn't know what he'll decide. That's amazing. Great stuff. Also, this happened earlier today. Vivek Ramaswamy, who Trump chose to co-lead Doge with Elon Musk, is expected to soon step away from the task force. There's been friction between the rank-and-file Doge staff and Vivek Ramaswamy, and Ramaswamy has been subtly encouraged to exit. He intends to announce a campaign for Ohio governor as soon as the end of January, sources told CBS and Bloomberg. Yeah, Vivek is out. Yeah, good luck to him on, winning that Ohio gubernatorial race. Somehow doubt that is going to happen. Anyway, let's see Sky News'
As the daylight
coverage.
started to fade in Gaza, a convoy of International Red Cross vehicles made its way to collect the first 3 hostages to be released. In chaotic scenes in Gaza, Doron Steinbrecher, Romy Gonen and Emily Damari, a dual British-Israeli, were transferred from Hamas to the Red Cross. This was the first sign to the outside world that they were all still alive. Their 3 mothers, waiting for them at a reception centre on the border, crowded around a mobile phone and saw the first proof that their daughters were coming home. In Tel Aviv, thousands gathered at Hostage Square to watch the exchange and finally started to believe that this was happening.
There are still Hamas fighters. Anthony Blinken said that their numbers have actually gone back to like pre-October 7 numbers in the process of Israel's offensive siege into Gaza. That they've like restored their ranks almost entirely. And it's not just Hamas, it's Palestinian Islamic Jihad and numerous other coalition forces as well. Which is the least surprising thing that has ever happened on the planet. Yeah, when you're like 18, 19 years old and your mom and your uncle and your grandfather all die and your home is reduced to rubble, I would suspect that you would want to fight back against the force that is doing that. There's never been a history. There's never been a time throughout history where people have said, "Oh, thank you for bombing me. Thank you. This is great. I would never want to fight back."
That is the moment that they
Trump
have
is having a live
realized
stream? No, he's not.
in Tel Aviv, that the hostages are now in the care of the Red Cross, and it is the first time that they have seen the 3 young women alive. Their condition was unknown, but they finally have confirmation that they are alive and they're coming out.
But she's alive because that is her picture right there. She's in the middle.
I watched a video of a Vietnam vet last night where he came to the realization after setting fires to the Viet villages, he saw any survivor become Viet Congs. In essence, the Americans were responsible for creating more Viet Cong fighters. Of course. People don't want to fight, okay? People don't want to fight. But if you force them to fight, they will fight. I mean, this was, Internet Hippo tweeted this on October 27th, 20 days after October 7th in 2023. I'm not a political expert. But if you eliminated Hamas but killed my whole family in the process, my first move would be to start Hamas too. All jokes aside, of course, Hamas is simply a name. That's it. The real question is, do you think Palestinians have a right to fight back against Israeli occupation? And if your answer is no, then yeah, you're like, they should keep doing genocide. If your answer is yes, you understand it doesn't matter if it's Hamas or not. Like, that's why I've kept repeatedly stating that regardless of the many different initiatives that Hamas is engaged in to make themselves more approachable to the Western world and like rewrite their charter in 2017 and all this stuff, it doesn't matter. It started off as a Islamic charity, like a Muslim Brotherhood associated Islamic charity cutout that turned into a militant fighting force because they were pushed into being a militant fighting force. They didn't turn into a militant fighting force because they were like, as a Muslim, I hate Jews and that's why I love the thought of killing Jews or anything like that. That's not the reason. The reason is because, understandably, for many Palestinians, they have lived under Israeli occupation for 76 years, about to be 77. No shit. No shit. Palestinians want to, no longer live under this reality. And ironically enough, the exact same settings that made the Palestinian emancipatory movement more violent, I guess, or more militant, has greatly accelerated in this last offensive battle that Israel engaged in, this last instance of direct genocide. And that's where we're at. Also, Al Jazeera English is just showing Trump's second term. I don't know why. Oh, here.
They are abused with the leaders of the gang. Sometimes they are threatened.
Yeah, they're not showing the hostages being released. In a Jeremy Scale interview on Dropsite, he says the people of Palestine have no family, no home, but they have a gun. Basically saying, what do you expect regarding the number of Hamas fighters staying the same? I think you are not entirely correct on that, respectfully. Really? If I came to your house and murdered your parents and you had a gun, you wouldn't fight back? Like, actually, you would just be like, all right, well, I guess you probably had good reason to murder my parents. That's what you would say. Okay, please explain. I wouldn't. I would call the police. Okay, the police came and killed your dog and then threw you in jail. What do you do then? Do you fight back? Especially when the occupying force doesn't offer any exit ramp to the people that they are dominating. Okay? October 7 did not happen in a vacuum. October 7 happened because of the previous Trump administration's actions that completely cut out Palestinians from the equation. Okay? Just the Muslim Brothers has always tried to fight Israel to liberate Palestine. So any org they would make would turn to that. Okay, how do you explain the PLO or initially what Fatah looked like? How do you explain the DFLP, PFLP, Palestinian Islamic Jihad? How do you explain any number of different non-Muslim Palestinian emancipatory groups, secular ones, socialist ones? Like, the idea that this is unique to the Muslim Brotherhood is so fucking stupid. Come on, dude. How do you explain all of the other Muslim Brotherhood groups or Sunni Muslims that have no interest in actually fighting against Israel, as a matter of fact? Why is it that it's only Shia militancy in the region that happens to put up a fight against Israeli violence in general? You know? No, it's just people understandably have a desire for emancipation. It is the most normal and most human want.
She's the one in the middle. Oh my God! Oh my God.
The three young women were driven to the
Hamas
border
are Sunni.
and handed over to the
I'm
IDF.
not talking about Hamas. I'm talking about other
finally back
regional
on
militant
Israeli
groups.
soil for the first time after they were taken hostage 470 days ago. They have now been reunited with their families and flown by helicopter to a hospital outside Tel Aviv. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was told of their release over the phone.
This is a big moment, an exciting moment, a big day, many blessings.
The ceasefire almost broke down before it had even started. Minutes after it was due to start, and black smoke was again rising over northern Gaza. Hamas had failed to provide the names of the first three hostages due to be released, and so Benjamin Netanyahu ordered that the ceasefire be delayed, and the Israeli military carried out airstrikes. 8 Palestinians were reportedly killed. But in Khan Yunis, Gazans, unaware of the delay, had already started celebrating on the streets. Uncontrollable relief that they are still alive and that 15 and a half months of war might finally be over. Among them, though, were armed fighters and the green flag of Hamas out in the open.
Hamas grandma.
Images that will convince some in Israel that they are not defeated and that this ceasefire is premature and wrong. Israel's far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir announced his resignation from the government in protest.
We deserve better, and the people of Gaza deserve better. We don't want more blood on either side of the border. We want this to end and for people to come home.
The Israeli military will remain in Gaza, but are gradually starting to withdraw from the main populated areas. More than 47,000 Palestinians have been killed during this war, and almost 2 million displaced. Conditions in Gaza are almost unlivable.
Yeah, imagine being like, damn, dude, you're putting a pause to unlimited baby murder. I'm out. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's what Ben-Gvir said. Ben-Gvir was like, dude, you dare put a pause on the baby murder? I'm done. It's a bridge too far for me. How freaking dare you?
Cautiously, people are now making their way home, but finding little. It could take decades to rebuild Gaza, and there is still no plan who will pay for it or who will do it.
Massive, indescribable destruction, unlike anything history has witnessed before. It's an unjust and criminal war. But God willing, and with our will, faith in God and strength, we will rebuild and live.
Aid has already started entering Gaza, positioned on the border, ready to move as soon as the ceasefire started. 600 trucks a day are expected to go in to gradually relieve the humanitarian crisis. 94 hostages remain in Gaza. 30 of them are set to be released over the next 6 weeks in this first phase. It's not known how many more are alive. Hamas says it is committed to the ceasefire and it is holding for now. But it remains a fragile truce and there are many uncertain days ahead. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News in Tel Aviv.
It's wild to think that like concrete is not allowed. Concrete is not allowed in the strip. So how are they going to rebuild? Everything is flattened.
Be downstairs, but thank you very much for being here this morning. The deal that I first put forward last May for the Middle East has finally come to fruition. The ceasefire has gone into effect in Gaza.
Oh yeah, logs please. Dude, I don't care about your take, man. I don't care. Of course not all Palestinians will fight to be free regardless of their creed. That's not my point. My point is, even though it was started as a charity org, it was never going to be that way. Okay, dude, thank you. Thank you for explaining that the Muslim Brotherhood has no way, like people that any sort of Muslim Brotherhood style situation actually inevitably is going to be violent. Thank you. I got it. I got it, dude. I got it. I got your perspective and you got a week off. Is that good? Are you happy? You did not enlighten a single person in here. You just basically reframed the same point that I assumed you were making and then got really annoying about it. So now you're banned for a week. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Trump wants to build an Iron Dome in the U.S. And I'm not so sure as to what he thinks the Iron Dome is, okay? I think he thinks it's like a literal dome or something, like a physical dome. What is this? Al Jazeera said that's enough of Biden. Cut straight to the Amir al-Muminin. Oh yeah. Does anyone have the statement from what's his face? Abu Ubaidah. Hold on. Oh my God, it's 23 minutes long. Okay, do we have like not 23-minute long? Like what are the bullet points? My man. I mean, let him, yeah, bro. Come on. No, I wanna hear like use ChatGPT. I would rather kill myself in a video game, inside of a video game, inside of Minecraft, than use ChatGPT to summarize an Abu Ubaidah speech. The fact that there are people who are suggesting I do so means that this community is on fire. We've lost the plot in its entirety. Yeah, I might as well ask Grok. What do you consider relief besides stopping the shooting? Do you think medical aid is the primary focus? If so, you're clueless, bro. What? What do I consider relief? Like for the Palestinians? Food? construction supplies, aside from, stopping the shooting. Okay, here are the key points, okay, of Abu Ubaida's speech. 471 days have passed since the historic battle of the flood of Al-Aqsa, which undoubtedly drove the final nail in the coffin of the occupation that is now on its way to vanishing. The immense sacrifices and bloodshed by our people will not be in vain. Our people have made up unprecedented sacrifices for their freedoms. We feel great pain that our people endure, which comes at the price of liberating the land, the people, and the holy sites. Reaching an agreement to stop the Zionist aggression against our people has been our goal for many months, even from the very start of the aggression. We, along with the resistance factions, declare our full commitment to the ceasefire agreement, but this is contingent upon the enemy's commitment. We call on all mediators to hold the enemy accountable and ensure the implementation of the ceasefire agreement. We extend our thanks to our brothers in Ansar Allah and our comrades in arms in Hezbollah who paid a heavy price during our battle. We salute the Islamic resistance in Iraq and our brothers in Jordan who crossed the border to confront the occupier. The battle of the flood of Al-Aqsa began from the outskirts of Gaza, but has changed the face of the region and introduced new equations to the conflict with the occupying entity. This battle led to the opening of new fronts and forced the enemy to seek international support. We fought alongside all the resistance factions as a united front throughout Gaza, delivering devastating blows to the enemy. Our Mujahideen fought with immense courage until the final hours of the battle, operating under what seemed like impossible conditions. We were up against unequal confrontation, both in terms of combat capabilities and combat ethics. While we struck at the enemy, they resorted to brutal and heinous methods of violence against our people. The greatness of this means, like he's saying, we killed soldiers, they killed civilians. The greatness of this battle is reflected in the leadership of his martyrs, including Ismail Haniyeh, Saleh al-Aruri, and Yahya Sinwar. Any attempts to integrate this entity into the region will be met with a flood of awareness and resistance from the free peoples. Today, the responsibility on our people in the West Bank is growing, and we offer a special salute to Jenin, the sister city of Gaza, in its heroism and steadfastness. We receive millions of messages of support from across the Arab and Islamic world, and we know that we are one with you and you are one with us. Abu Ubaida's speech marks a reflection on the sacrifices made during the 15-month conflict and expresses a resolute commitment to the resistance while calling for the implementation of the ceasefire agreement and continued unity among resistance groups. He also shouted, Yemen checks suppressed news. No, I saw that it wasn't Abu Ubaida, but it was a random Palestinian fighter that shouted out the Ansar Allah movement. But he also mentioned Ansar Allah by name as well. Purely speculation, obviously, but do you think Kamala had won if Kamala had won, the genocide would just keep going and going all throughout her term? I don't know. And we will never know. What? What is this? Joe's been signing executive orders without knowing, and he's not signing and not remembering what he signed. We need a thorough investigation into how this could have happened. Bro, this is the free press. Okay? Like, I mean, I know Joe is senile. Can you think of a more spectacular foreign policy failure in recent history than Brandon's handling of Israel? No. No, I cannot. This is the only time I've seen one singular administration come close to the death and destruction that they oversaw. Nowhere near as bad as George W. Bush still, but like, you know, in modern American history, like, Genocide Joe really did his best to outflank Trump. Nixon and Cambodia, I'm talking about modern American history. It's pretty crazy. The families received the buses carrying the free Palestinian captives as part of the exchange deal between Hamas and Israel in the town of Beitunia, west of Ramallah. Do you remember much of the Bush administration? Yes, of course I do. I think some of the things that are crazy is like, no, the difference was people were on board, generally speaking, in public with George Bush's invasion of the Middle East. No, that's not correct. They were in the beginning, but people soured away from that pretty quickly as well. But never to the same degree, never to this degree of like overt resistance from the broadest subsects of the population. Like the American people were almost united wanting to put an end to this. Okay? And it's so crazy. It is so crazy to me that in spite of it all, they threw away their chances of stopping fascism from coming back into power, specifically so they could continue, the death and destruction in Gaza.
Back by jubilant crowds. This comes after 3 female Israeli captives held in Gaza are reunited with their families after being released. They were handed over to the Red Cross in Gaza City on the first day of the agreement between Israel and Hamas.
Yes, dude, I saw that they got gift bags. I know.
The ceasefire in Gaza. Israel has now released 90 Palestinian prisoners as part of the deal with Hamas. They are now in Beitunia. You can see these are live pictures now. There's one of the buses that left from Offa prison in the occupied West Bank and has now arrived there. And prisoners have been disembarking.
Hamas gave him gift baskets, and everyone keeps talking about it. The 3 Israelis that were released.
Palestinians coming out onto the streets in the hundreds and hundreds to welcome the 90 Palestinian prisoners who in the past hour have been released from Offa prison. The buses in Beitunia now, some will be making their way on to Ramallah, where they will there too be reunited with their loved ones. Crowds have been cheering and welcoming them back. We've seen fireworks in the skies. Women and children are in this first phase of release that has also seen 3 Israeli captives released and reunited with their families. Let's hear now from Camille Nedelec, who has more on day 1 of the ceasefire deal.
Free after 15 months in captivity. 3 Israelis are handed over to the Red Cross by Hamas's military wing, the Qassam's Brigade, in the hours after the ceasefire began. Thousands of Palestinians crammed into Saraya Square, celebrating what they hope is an end to the genocide in Gaza. Later, the Israeli army released this footage of Doron Steinbrecher, Emily Damari, and Romy Gonin as they were taken into their custody. And then these images as they were reunited with their mothers. Joy, too, in what has become known as Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where many had gathered month after month to demand their government do more to end the crisis.
It was very stressful days, and not knowing if she's going to be on the list or not. And now seeing her and see that she can walk, and yeah, it's a really big relief.
In the occupied West Bank, hundreds of Palestinians held their own vigil near the Offa military prison. Israeli forces fired tear gas at them and forced the crowd to disperse. Before 90 prisoners were finally released in the dead of the night, most of them women and children. As the ceasefire took hold, Palestinians forcibly displaced by Israel's war returned to Rafah, Khan Yunis and Jabalia. to find communities flattened, homes destroyed.
We came here this morning as they announced the ceasefire. We came with hope, thinking we might find a single room, anything simple, just a small shelter to protect us. But when we arrived, we found this, tragic. From the moment we reached Jabalia, we knew nobody had been spared. We realized we wouldn't find a single house standing.
But like many, Amal has nowhere else to go and says she'll have to rebuild her life and that of her families with what she has salvaged. As part of the deal, aid convoys from the UN's World Food Programme have begun entering the Gaza Strip through crossings in both the north and the south.
I wish I could go back and help. We wish that every minute that passes we could go to these people. They have no food, water, medicine or shelter. All of their houses have been hit by strikes. They have nothing left.
With more than 2 million people fully dependent on food assistance, homeless, and without any income, the trucks will need to keep on coming. Camille Nedelek, Al Jazeera.
Well, let's get the very latest from our correspondent Nida Ibrahim, who was in the occupied West Bank the last time round, covering the Palestinian prisoner release of November 2023. And let's look at these pictures now. We can see the buses arrived there in Petunia, and people, the prisoners, have been coming off. Women and children coming off. And we were just talking, this is an important, much needed moment.
Yes, for Palestinians, for Palestinian families to be gathering in this moment together, singing, chanting, welcoming.
This is illegal, by the way.
It's indeed, something that Palestinians were.
They're doing it in spite of the Israeli government's warning.
Devastating more than 15 months of this war on the besieged Gaza Strip, watching difficult images and videos of their fellow Palestinians being bombarded, killed day in and day out. And now they've not only seen the ceasefire take effect, but now also the exchange, the swap deal.
In the occupied West Bank, the Israeli government has said that celebrations are not allowed.
We've seen the bus make its way.
They did that last time as well.
Military prison, and all the families were gathering near the buses, trying to get a glimpse of their loved ones.
You can see some of them on board the buses sort of blowing kisses outside to the crowds outside. Tell us more about those who have been released.
One of them was Rula Hassanin, a writer and a journalist. She was crying indeed as she was seeing these crowds greeting her. We've been speaking about her in the previous shows, that she had left.
Intense clashes are currently taking place at the schools roundabout in the town of Beitunia. The occupation forces stormed the waiting areas of the families of Palestinian prisoners set to be released in an attempt to prevent any celebrations. The delay in the release of the prisoners so far is due to the absence of one female prisoner from the agreed-upon list.
Her baby,
a couple hours ago.
Al-Hajj, we've interviewed in November 2023. He had been released in that captives deal that took place at the time. Then he got rearrested again, and now we expect his father to be greeting him. The last time we've seen his father being so
What last
emotional.
time? What do you mean, what last time? There was another 7-day ceasefire that took place. Do you not remember? Where they released Palestinians that they detained?
His issue was that he was participating in a demonstration to support the Bedouin community near Jericho. So, these moments are cherished by Palestinians. They, for a change, are seeing some sort of happy news. We've seen fireworks, but it's not far from anyone to remember how difficult it is in the besieged Gaza Strip right now, how much the people have suffered, sacrificed, we're in so much pain. So, yes, they are celebrating, but they're keeping Gaza and Gazans in their hearts and minds.
And there's no guarantee that some of those being released won't just be rearrested again, because that's what's happened before.
Yeah, Nick, I counted at least 3 names on this specific list today that I've interviewed in November 2023 when Palestinian prisoners were released as part of the ceasefire deal that took place at that time. So it is, an Israeli occupation. This is the occupied West Bank. So there's no guarantee whatsoever that the
Notice how there's no Al Jazeera reporter on scene here, despite the fact that this is occupied Palestinian territory. And this is simply like someone with a camera that they're beaming footage from. If that comes as a surprise to you, that is because Israel made it illegal for Al Jazeera to operate in the area. Okay? That's it. That's right. Al Jazeera is banned in both Israel proper and also in the West Bank as well. Yes, the Palestinian Authority is Israel. Here's Jeremy Scahill's approach to this as well. The bans on Al Jazeera's reporting from the West Bank and Israel has really altered the scope and depth of its coverage. It is particularly visible in the situation with the wait for the Palestinian captives to be released. In November 2023, Al Jazeera was on the ground reporting on the families and also the Israeli attempts to crack down on celebrations. Al Jazeera's ban also resulted in a major gap in the coverage of the recent battles and sieges in Jenin. This type of censorship is not only a total disgrace that should be denounced by anyone or any nation claiming to support a free press, but it is also leaving the public less informed about issues of vital importance.
You can see people on the bus, just exactly what you're talking about, just waving to their loved ones as they come off. And the crowds just outside, just emotions running very high.
Indeed, it's a very emotional moment, and remember, not just for the families of prisoners, but for the Palestinian community as a whole. Why? Because
it was the PLO who decided that?
Does not have
no, that was a
PLO
decision,
or had someone in Israeli jails, or knows someone in Israeli jails. So it's an issue that's very close to Palestinians' hearts.
Okay, Nida, hang on there, because we'll be back with you in just a moment. But I just want to go to talk about the 3 Israeli captives who were reunited with their families, as we reported earlier on. And they were reunited earlier on Saturday. For that part of the story, let's go to Hamda Salut, who's in Amman, because Israel has banned Al Jazeera from operating within the country. So Hamda, so we've been seeing emotional reunions there too, with these 3 released Israeli captives. They've had their medical checks, and now the slow process of reintegration is underway.
That's right. The doctors at the hospital where those captives were received actually said that they arrived in pretty good health, so they postponed some of those medical exams that they were set to have tonight so that they could spend the time reuniting with their families. The Israeli military had confirmed once those captives were in the hands of the Israeli army and that they were crossing the border from that buffer zone into Israeli territory. They were then airlifted to a hospital where they were, of course, reunited with their families, but the 3 women were reunited with their mothers at a military base in the south at a town near the Gaza border. But nonetheless, this is something that the family members have been waiting for nearly 15 months. And they say that even though they have their children back, this is a time where the ceasefire deal should be seen all the way through so that the remaining captives could also be released. This is something the families have been outspoken about since the start of this ceasefire deal, since it was talked about, since the details of it emerged, rather, saying that this is a deal that needs to go to phase 3, because if it's just to phase 1 and that fighting continues, that means that only 33 captives would be released.
And Hamda, tell us about the Israeli premier, because he's been speaking as well, hasn't he?
That's right. Benjamin Netanyahu spoke to a general in the Israeli military who is in charge, essentially, of now the transport operations for these captives, getting them from the Red Cross, getting them across the Gaza border into the hands of Israeli forces, who will then airlift them to the hospital. He said essentially that Israel is prepared to do anything it can for the captives that are being released. But you have to remember that Benjamin Netanyahu was under so much pressure from the right-wing sect of his government. Now that this deal is in place, in fact, it cost him one of the factions of his coalition, Ben Gvir's far-right Jewish Power Party, who submitted their resignation in protest of this deal. But Netanyahu had reportedly offered other right-wing members of the government, we're talking about Smotrich and his party, Religious Zionism, offered them some sort of assurances that Israel is going to go back to the fighting, which it's a little bit still unclear exactly what that means. Netanyahu has been talking about full American support, about going back to the war if Hamas violates the ceasefire, but there hasn't really been any talk from Netanyahu about what if Israel violates the ceasefire, of course. course. But nonetheless, a lot of pressure under Netanyahu. It took a lot of time to get here. It took more than 8 months after this framework was brought to the table to get to this place where captives were released, where Palestinian prisoners were released from Israeli jails, which also, I might add, was a huge point of contention for the Israeli government about Palestinian prisoners being released. This was something that the right didn't want to see at all, especially in this number, thousands that we're talking about throughout this deal.
And Hamda, this is, of course, we must remember, the first phase of phase one of day one of the ceasefire agreements. Is a long way to go.
There certainly is a long way to go. So phase one is 42 days, and the amount of captives that'll be released is as follows. So this is the first day. 3 captives are released. Saturday is day 7, in which 4 captives would be released. And then every week following that, 3 captives would be released until the 6th and final week of phase 1, in which 14 Israeli captives would be released at 1. But around day 16 of these 42 days, that's when negotiations for phase 2 would start. And it's a little bit more complicated because there are measures that the Israeli government had previously said were non-negotiables, like withdrawing from key areas like Netzarim and Philadelphia throughout the Gaza Strip. So there are these negotiations that are going to have to restart about phase 2. Netanyahu says that he has the right to go back to the fighting if the terms aren't what he wants, if Hamas violates the ceasefire. But again, everyone is waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen, because surely this ceasefire came as a sigh of relief, but an end to the war is still not guaranteed.
Hamda, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thanks very much, Hamda Salute there. Reporting from Amman, let's bring Nida Ibrahim back in, who knows the story better than most. Nida, haven't you been reporting on it for a very long time? And it's as we look at these emotional pictures, these emotional reunions taking place, important to remember that, you know, around the world we hear about Palestinian prisoners being released, but perhaps people who don't know the story as well as you do, people forget that these are their friends, their brothers, their sisters, their mothers, fathers, children of Palestinians. This is an important moment.
Yes, indeed, and especially for the mothers who were trying to explain to us during the past release that, yes, you are seeing young boys who are 14, 15, who are trying to look like they are strong. These are still young boys living under a military occupation that are going through difficult prison time. These children, Palestinians, all of them, women, men, children, are tried in Israeli military courts, where much of the time they do not have
You'll never understand
rights.
this. We will never be able to understand this. Like, it's a military tribunal. It's so crazy.
I remember interviewing someone who was responsible for the young boys in Israeli jails, a Palestinian prisoner himself.
It's so
and he
crazy.
was telling me, I had young boys crying. One of them was saying, I want my mom. And as we've been saying time and again, that when Israel charges someone with throwing rocks or Molotov cocktail at Israeli forces raiding the city, it does not necessarily mean that they've done that, but sometimes to avoid lengthy processes at courts and to avoid the high conviction rate. It's 97% at least. So they sometimes...
All this is happening with Trump getting cut, and the stupid fucks still don't get it. Leading Democratic Party chair candidate Ken Martin says that Democrats won't take money from those bad billionaires, will take money from good billionaires.
And we will take them. There are a lot of good billionaires out there that have been with Democrats who share our values, and we will take their money, but we're not taking money from those bad billionaires.
Dude, this is an unserious party. I'm letting you know right now. It's just so bad. It's so bad. We're so freaking cooked. We're so freaking cooked. We're so cooked. All right.
President-elect Trump arriving in the DMV area last night as he prepares to be sworn into his second term in office. The ceremony will now take place indoors due to those frigid temperatures along the East Coast. And we're learning that President-elect Trump appears to be focusing on a central campaign issue of immigration when he takes office, as sources tell us raids could begin as soon as Tuesday. Let's get more now from our White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks. Good morning to you, Mary Alice.
Good morning, Janae. President-elect Trump is waking up right across the street here from the White House at Blair House. It's the president's formal guest house. And yes, he says that he has big plans, especially on immigration, for his first day in office. Overnight, President-elect Donald Trump landing back in the nation's capital ahead of his inauguration, kicking off the weekend with fireworks and a private event at his golf club in Virginia. On his first day in office tomorrow, Trump promising to sign a series of executive actions, telling our Rachel Scott some will be aimed at rolling back President Biden's emission and pollution standards for cars. Others will be focused on immigration. Cities, especially in blue states, bracing for immigration raids to ramp up and start as early as this week.
There's going to be a big raid all across the country.
I haven't done SNL yet. I will get to it in a little bit after this.
Yeah, Chicago is just one of many places.
Dude, Thomas Homan is such a goddamn hog. Like, he is literally a Harkonnen, dude. It is crazy to me that this gross piece of shit, who, by the way, Obama also used in his administration, is now like the face of the Trump deportations. He literally is a Harkonnen. Like, he's just like spitting every time he talks. He's so gross. Obviously, everything inside of him is gross, but like, it's crazy that he also, like, the evil within him has escaped. It's breached containment and it's coming out of him. Coming out of every hole that he has in his body. He's like, I'm gonna tell you right now, we're gonna eat the children. We're gonna eat them. We're gonna put them in a detention facility. I'm gonna eat them. If you don't like it, you can get out yourself.
Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, telling ABC News they are reviewing plans in Chicago and elsewhere, and that the focus will be to seek out those undocumented immigrants who are considered a public safety threat and a national security threat. In the nation's capital, the final preparations for the inauguration. A new platform quickly being built inside the Capitol Rotunda after Trump's decision to move the swearing-in ceremony indoors because of the cold. 4 years ago, the inside of the Capitol was still being restored following the January 6th riot. The head of the D.C. National Guard telling me they learned a lot of lessons from that attack and are ready for this year's inauguration. Nearly 8,000 National Guard troops from 40 states already in the nation's capital supporting local police. One of the guardsmen here to ensure a peaceful transfer of power, Philadelphia's Sergeant Breeze, an immigrant from Liberia, who tells me he joined the National Guard to help get citizenship 3 years ago, and that being on this mission is a great honor.
I'll say what my father said when he brought us over here. This country is one of the best countries you can be in. There's possibilities for everybody. I'm a sergeant. I'm leading my troops. It's a great opportunity, man.
And this is, of course, President Biden's last full day in office, and he's squeezing in one final trip. He's headed to Charleston, South Carolina. He has a speech to mark Martin Luther King Jr. Day. He still credits South Carolina with helping to get him to the White House. Whip.
All right, Mary Alice Parks, thanks so much.
Meanwhile, President-elect Donald Trump preparing to tackle the border in his first week in office. New reports signaling massive deportation operations will begin Tuesday. Incoming border czar Tom Homan joins me now. Tom, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
So the libs are ready. Juan Soto hater. Tomorrow I will hate watch like no one has ever hate watched before. Yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to do it big.
So these raids, multiple cities, Chicago's been mentioned. What are your thoughts on that? And do you worry about some of these sanctuary cities resisting your authorities?
Well, look, I won't categorize raids. They're going to be targeted.
I can't deal with this. I can't. He's so gross, dude. He is such a gross little monster.
Enforcement operations. When ICE goes out, they're going to know exactly who they're looking for, pretty much where they'll find him. It's a well-planned operation. They'll know possibly who's in the household, including children. This is a well-planned enforcement operation. Every target of this operation is well-planned, and the whole team, a team will be out there for officer safety reasons. Sanctuary cities, it's unfortunate. You would think the sanctuary cities, if they care about public safety, if they care about the safety of their communities, they let us in their jails. I mean, that's where we want to arrest a bad guy. We want to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, where the officer is safe, the community is safe, and the aliens safe. But the sanctuary cities are going to force us into the community.
The aliens safe.
Because they're going to release that public safety threat back in the community, which is a huge public safety threat.
So I wonder why they're doing Chicago first, because it's a sanctuary city run by a pretty competent blue liberal governor, J.B. Pritzker. Like Florida, or not Florida, sorry. California, Illinois, New York. These are supposed to be like technically sanctuary states. I don't know why they wouldn't start with like red states, but instead try to do a show of power in a blue state and a blue city. So we'll see.
And it's going to force officers into the communities, and we'll find the bad guy. On his turf, we have access who knows what weapons, so it's very
I also don't know how this works in terms of like constitutional overreach. You know what I mean?
But when we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that are in the United States illegally. They may not be a criminal priority, but we're not walking away from them. So these sanctuary policies are going to force us into communities, and the result is going to be exactly what they don't want. More aliens arrested, more collaterals arrested, because they forced us in this position.
We know from public opinion that people want deportations of those who violate the law, who commit crimes while they're here illegally. How soon do you expect some deportation flights to leave?
First week. I mean, we have got over 700,000 illegal aliens in the United States with final orders of removal. President Trump has been clear from day one, from the campaign on to today, that he's going to secure the border, and he's going to have the deportation operation. There has to be consequences for violating our laws. To enter the country legally is a crime. Then to commit a crime against a U.S. citizen, President Trump's had it. He has no patience. We're going to start this operation. We're going to fulfill the mandate the American people gave him on Election Day.
Do you worry about the ACLU or some other group trying to tie you up in court?
Oh, yeah. Everything we do, we're going to get enjoined down. We'll get sued every day, but it's not going to stop us from doing our job. But President Trump's made it clear, public safety is number one on his list. How many young women have to be raped and murdered and burned alive until the sanctuary cities understand this?
I'm going to be honest with you. Like, when a guy that looks like this and sounds like this is talking about like young women being raped and murdered and being burned alive or whatever, I'm thinking, is it the random Guatemalan dude that works at the Chinese restaurant down the street that's doing that? Or is it this guy? Ask a lineup of people, they're probably going to go, that's the guy that's doing it, right? Like, that's the criminal, right? Like, I don't think it's the random brown people that are doing that. You look like the guy who's doing that. Like, when he says stuff like this, he's almost like he's jealous. He's like, I want to be able to do it more. They're taking it away from me. It's just like my hard work. Doing the raping and pillaging. It's like hard work for an honest white man, Back in my day, you could do that. Now the Guatemalans came over. They took our jobs on that front. ICE raids are starting in Chicago Tuesday. Know your rights. Community is important now more than ever. Defend yourselves. If immigration agents stop you in public, not while driving, ask them to identify themselves. Provide your name only. Remain silent. If you choose not to speak, remember to not lie. Ask for a warrant. Check to see if your name's on it. And if so, it's spelled correctly. Record and report the incident. Stay calm and don't run. Don't share your personal or loved one's information, name or address. Don't take ICE to your house to pick up your ID. Do not sign anything. Do not consent to being searched. ICE lies. Do not agree to what ICE asks. For example, do not follow them to their office, to immigration offices, or do not agree to meet them for coffee. Know your power. If you are home and immigration agents come to your home, keep calm. Do not open the door. If immigration agents enter your home without your permission, verbally express that you do not give them permission to enter your home and search your belongings. Ask for a search and arrest warrant. Do not answer any questions. Exercise your right to remain silent. If you do choose to answer questions, remember not to lie. Do not sign any documents. It's crazy because like I remember doing videos on this last time Donald Trump became president. And things have not changed. Ask to speak with your lawyer or a loved one. If you feel safe, record the event with your cell phone, either through video or audio only. ICE lies. Do not agree to what ICE asks. For example, do not follow them to their office, to immigration offices like the USCIS, or do not agree to meet them for coffee. Homan says Trump admin reconsidering details of Chicago immigration raids after leak.
It's about public safety. Every elected official, whether you're a mayor or a governor or on the city council, your number one responsibility is protecting your community. Help us. Come to the table and help us. We're not asking you to be immigration officers. We're asking you to help you make your community safer by those who are here illegally. So we're going to do this with or without their help. I'm sure we'll be sued, but bring it. They're not going to stop us. They're not going to bully us from doing this job. The American people are demanding safe communities, and ICE, under President Trump's leadership, is going to give them safer communities.
Trump's border czar has privately told GOP lawmakers to temper their expectations with the initial deportation operation, citing limited resources, according to multiple sources. It's a part of a broader, behind-the-scenes level setting of what's possible. Trump has said he wants to deport 15 to 20 million undocumented immigrants. The current convos are looking at deporting 1 to 2 million people, with an understanding that anything beyond that will require a lot more money and resources. That is crazy. Oh, just a couple mil, dude. 1 to 2 million. That's insane. 1 to 2 million people is an insane number, dude. What the hell? It's also, not only is it inhumane, okay, but it's also unimaginably, it's unimaginably cruel. It's incredibly inhumane, and it's also super expensive. Expensive both in the detention mechanism, expensive in terms of the cost of the, did you clean it up? Yeah? Okay, thank you. Expensive in terms of like the detention facilities that they have to pay for. And last but not least, expensive because all of these people make up a very important part, a very significant percentage of the labor force. That's it.
How many executive actions do you expect from President-elect Trump right off the bat to set a tone in your area of expertise?
Did you just have a conversation with Kaya? No, my brother, man.
I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that. I know that many are going to be signed. I've been involved in those discussions. I know what's coming, but I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that. We'll wait and see what happens on day one.
All right, you're a smart man. It was worth a try, though, Tom. Do you expect your actions in the first week to essentially set a tone for the next 4 years of what this administration is going to be all about?
You're going to see the first week. You're going to see the shock and awe on the border. You're going to see the interior. President Trump has got a great amount of great people in the cabinet he's bringing in. Governor Kristi Noem, you know, she's going to be a rock star. I've talked to her many times. She gets it, and she understands the importance of securing the border and doing this interior enforcement operation. We got a great cabinet work. You got Pam Bondi coming in. That's going to be a great AG. So President Trump put a great team together. We're going to secure that border, the highest level ever. We're going to get back to the most secure border in my lifetime that President Trump had during his first administration, but this time we're going to finish the job. When you secure the border, you save lives. That means less overdose deaths from fentanyl coming across the border. That means less sex trafficking of women and children. That means less people on terrorist watch lists entering this country. We're going to end it this time. We're going to fix it, and American people are going to see the success of President Trump in his second term.
Tom, I know how busy you are. Grateful for your time. Wishing you the best, sir. Thank you.
This is what Trump ran on. He ran on scared politics. I think it's important to center this conversation to talk about immigration some, and that the last full month of the Biden administration here in December was the lowest crossing at the border since 2020 when Donald Trump was president. Do I agree that if there's bad people here that have committed major crimes, they should be kicked out of this country? Absolutely. But 68% of all the Latinos in America know somebody that's undocumented. And for all you folks at home, that's the folks who's picking your salad and milking your cows. On CNN tonight, in South Dakota, our farmer came on this show and talked about how he had voted for Donald Trump and didn't really think Donald Trump was going to deport the men and women who are milking his cows. Milk's finna go up. Buckle up.
Well, I want to, you made a point here about criminals, because I think they've been pretty clear for logistical reasons that they are going to start with let's figuratively speaking, the lowest hanging fruit, the easiest thing for them to accomplish. Are you, Keith, concerned about a plan that involves rounding up people who are already adjudicated as criminals, maybe they have deportation orders, maybe they have final orders of deportation, and saying, we're finally going to get you and deport you as a court has adjudicated?
Well, the devil's in the detail, and I don't really know where the details are. It seems like there's a lot of puff right now and a lot of scare tactics. They want people to be afraid about this. I just don't understand how they have the infrastructure to be able to pull this off on Tuesday. I mean, Tom Homan himself was saying, we need 100,000 detention beds in order to be able to do this. And we have like 20,000 or 40,000 or something like that. You're talking about doubling the number of detention beds in order to be able to keep these people in some sort of space before you can deport them. How are they going to possibly do this? So I think a lot of what is going on right now is they want people to be scared so that Trump can come in and pretend like he's doing something. We're going to have a lot of executive orders signed in the next few days, and we're going to think there's something happening, but I don't really think he's going to be able to do as much as he wants to do. But it will be dangerous, but not as quickly as he wants it to be.
I think, though, that what's important to remember is that a lot of the policies that were put in place by the Biden administration are going to be taken away, so that hopefully we go back to the Trump way it was, where the stay in Mexico policy. I mean, we had a week and a half ago in Boston, we had a situation where an illegal was in a housing unit with over $1 million worth of fentanyl, an AK-47 and weapons. And these are the type of people that they want to get rid of.
We have
These
American
are the people,
citizens in Las Vegas and New Orleans who are killing people as well. I mean, we have American citizens in the United States who are committing acts of terrorism, who are committing murders and crimes. In fact, American citizens, natural-born American citizens, are more likely to commit those crimes than people who come here as immigrants.
Then they have to face a court as well.
It's easy to pick out a case and cherry-pick this and say, this is the problem that we're all facing because this one person did this one horrible thing. And we can all agree that that's a horrible thing. But that's not how you make policy. You don't make policy because of anecdotal evidence. You make policy based on facts and statistics and data.
Yeah, and the fact remains that the overwhelming number of immigrants here are law-abiding people who are paying taxes, who are following the law. And this sort of notion of like, we must remove all of them as rapidly as possible, and that's the problem with America, that's a really dangerous way to look at it.
Well, they're not going to be able to remove all of them.
That's right.
I think almost everybody acknowledges that.
This is one of the best panels I've seen on it, both with Torre and Chuck Rocha. Like, this is one of the best panels I've seen on CNN so far. It's like they flipped the script entirely. Instead of having like 11 assholes in suits that are former or current Republican advisors, you know.
And so, are we going to see?
Yeah, where's Scott Jennings to just like, well, where's Scott Jennings? I need to see Scott Jennings say some racist shit to be like, hey, when we're done with the Mexicans, we should do it to the blacks or something. You know what I mean? But in a liberal, appropriate way.
Bunch of activity on Tuesday, and then it's going to taper off when people turn to other issues that come up, because to get to even 1 million is going to take quite a long time. It could take the entire year, let alone 11 million. That's probably not going to happen.
You'll see activity. I don't know about a lot of activity, but for anyone who thinks that Donald Trump is bluster and bluff on this issue, he ran on it. He didn't run on scare tactics. He ran on what was either.
Yeah, they got Fat Jennings instead.
They're the top issue or the second top issue among the American people for the entirety of the campaign. And so you're going to see him deliver on his promise. It will be a promise made, promise kept to start moving forward on that. But I will say, I think it is a fair criticism that expectations have not been appropriately set. I think
like former White House spokesman for President George W. Bush.
that Donald Trump, Tom Homan, the entire team needs to do a better job explaining precisely what we will see and when, because there are some folks on my side of the aisle, Republicans, who are going to expect everything to get fixed in 6 months, and there are others who will expect absolutely nothing will happen. Government is government. It's going to be messy. It's not going to be easy, and they need to be honest about
What
that.
are we in for in terms of the legal environment? I mean, I remember almost like it was yesterday, that first week of the first Trump administration, when people were at airports, there was mass confusion both inside and outside of the United States. There were court cases being adjudicated in the middle of the night, all kinds of things like that. It was actual pure chaos.
I remember that. That was going back to the Muslim ban and a lot of the stuff that was putting in. Let me live this in real life. Both of my business partners are immigrants. They've both been in this country over 20 years. One of them under DACA, the temporary service for kids who have come, and the other under TPS from El Salvador. Both went to their entire school in America. Both graduated with honors. Both of them now are business partners with me and make more money than a U.S. congressman and don't know the certainty of what their lives will be. Have they broke the law? No. But if they stay past March when one of their TPS expires, then they have, quote unquote, broke the law, to your points about devils in the details. So real people are living this, and I have a very, very good life. And folks around me have a good life. Think about the people who are just trying to make it every day and the uncertainty in their life.
So
if this had been an issue that both sides in Congress had been actually trying to fix for years, I could understand this. But this has been a problem that especially Republicans have lifted up and not wanted a solution so they could continue running on it. And this is like the ultimate I'm going to seem tough on crime moment. And it is going to be quite frightening for a lot of Americans to watch these sort of raids. This is not the sort of America that a lot of people.
What's old is.
All right, let's get to Dave Chappelle. Did you see the new New York Times poll? I did. A new New York Times poll shows high support for deportations ahead of Trump taking office, including 63% supporting deporting people who came here during the Biden administration. So here's the issue. This is what happens when the Democratic Party completely cedes ground to the Republicans on this agenda and doesn't ever counter message for the past 4 years. And as we now enter the final phase of full tilt fascism, we arrive at two different alternatives. Okay, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on here. Either A, people are going to start seeing how awful and how cruel and how ruthless this stuff is when it, happens in their backyard and quickly change their attitude. Okay, or B, the much worse outcome is we're totally on board with fascism. Okay. I still think A is more likely than B. I still think that people will, as is predicted, as it usually happens, once it starts harming them, once they start seeing it happening, they will most likely go, oh, I didn't know it was going to be this bad. This is terrifying. This is terrible. Okay? I don't think people are going to be like, oh, yeah, America is truly great now that we deported the Mexicans. Because it's not true. Because, once again, I repeat and I remind you that the deportation stuff is not beneficial. It's not. Under no circumstance is it actually a good thing. It's not going to lead to better job opportunities. It's not going to lead to cheaper rent, cheaper housing. It's not going to lead to any number of different things that Trump has lied about. It's not going to decrease the crime happening in cities. Okay? Unless you want a white ethno state, first of all, a shit ton of Americans who are not undocumented are also not white. So, no. This is going to bite Americans in the ass because you will have nobody to clean your bathrooms or work in your plantations for the ridiculous salary that's paid. No, I also think that is a part of it as well. My dad loves it. I went to high school and played soccer with an undocumented kid in South Carolina. We're fucked. The only people who truly are with it kind of recognize the negative consequences of such actions. But remember the Treat the Right Treaty, okay? Remember, Americans are little treat rights when the treat prices go up, or Americans are incredibly selfish when a person that they like, that they hang out with, that they see, that they wave to down the street, that takes care of their children, okay? Like when their neighbors start getting busted for this, they're going to be like, oh, it's not just the bad immigrants that are being deported. It's all immigrants being deported. What the hell? And that is because there is no such thing as bad immigrants, okay? The people, the undocumented migrants that come to this country and do crimes are going to prison already. If you thought that they weren't going to prison, you're delusional, okay? You think the police force is woke? That ICE is woke? And they're just going, yeah, sorry. I know I want to, they catch a serial killer. Okay. And then they're like, wait, what's your nation of origin? And the guy's like, El Salvador. And they're like, no, we have to let you go. Like, that's not how this works. I'm delusional. You are delusional, you're saying. I'm the delusional one because I don't believe that the police departments are actually, in a very woke way, releasing undocumented migrants that are doing rapes and doing like a number of different crimes. That's what you think. Like, I'm the delusional one. You're the sane one because you know the truth that police departments all around this country are actually catching serial killers, rapists, arsonists, and the like, and then releasing them when they tell the cops that they're, I'm fucking finished, chill. Okay, well, now you're banned, okay? Stay out of American business. Oh, Asman just went offline. Got it. Yeah. Get your Finnish ass out of this conversation. You're finished. Okay? Anyway, do you support or oppose each of the following? Deporting immigrants who are here illegally and arrived over the last 4 years, 63% support. Deporting immigrants who are here illegally and have criminal records, 87% support. Deporting all immigrants who are here illegally, 55% support. Ending birthright citizenship for children who born to immigrants who are here illegally, 41% support. Ending birthright citizenship for children born to immigrants, getting 41%. Makes me kind of feel like it's not as much column A, but more so column B. Okay, where they're like, yeah, no, we do want to, denaturalize people. Ending protection from deportation. Ending protection from deportation for immigrants who were children when they entered the U.S. illegally. Ending DACA. 34% support. That is 3 times higher. The level of support for ending DACA is that last line, okay? The DACA program, the Dreamers program, Deferred Action on Childhood Arrivals program, had 10% support under the last Trump administration. It's never swayed away from 90% support to defend DACA. That means it's increased 3 times. That is what happens when there is no adequate counterbalance to the endless faucet of immigrants are rapists type arguments. Okay? And it is completely born not out of real data, but out of the manic, hysterical fantasies of the racist Republican right. It's crazy. If you knew even a little bit about all of the rules that are set in place for DACA, you would understand why this is insanely cruel to suggest. You know how Biden can somewhat repair his legacy, Reagan-style amnesty? What are you talking about? It's over. Donald Trump is president starting tomorrow. It's done. Joe Biden is done. I mean, he's been dead for quite a while now, but Biden's already asleep probably. It's about to be 8 p.m. on the East Coast. He's in bed. He's in his jammies already, sucking on his thumb. On that note, let's get chat. Y'all are so funny, and you should keep making that is just the yard jokes. All right. Anyway, I gotta end it early today, chat. I have some guests here. Okay, so that's all I got for today. But tomorrow I'll be live for the inauguration. I got another dental appointment, the tooth cleaning and stuff. So as soon as that's done, I'll be live and alive, ready to go, suited up and booted up to cover the Trump inauguration, the first day of the apocalypse. But I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. All right? Peace.
Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning